turns out to be
music entertainment. Share the feeling and the fun of this all-new Ice-Capades.
Spirits catch it on, the spirit of the Ice-Capades.
Glamour is back at the New Haven Coliseum with the all-new Ice-Capades starring Kitty and Peter Carruthers and Tenny Ruxpin. Tickets available at the Coliseum box office and all Ticketron outlets.
What's it like to live in New Hartford? Monday on Live at 5.
ABC Sports and the Olympics, a long-standing partnership. Again at the Winter Games of Calgary, the Olympic tradition continues. Hello, I'm Jim McKay. Across the city of Calgary right now, there is anticipation. Anticipation in the Saddle Dome and in that huge indoor Olympic speed skating oval. Interestingly, in both places, the central figures are women. In the Saddle Dome is the figure skating matchup of this Olympics and really of many Olympics before. Debbie Thomas, her mind far from the campus of Stanford University and her pre-med studies, takes a narrow lead into the free skating final of the ladies' competition. Her entire skating career has been designed to be ready for this moment. It's her one and only Olympics. Katharina Witt of East Germany is the first female to defend her title since Sonia Henne an ice age ago. Like Thomas, she has other things in mind after this, acting in her case, so this is the night of a lifetime for both of these young women. In the Olympic Oval, Bonnie Blair will try for medal number 3. Her gold on Monday and bronze last night have made her the only American multi-medal winner of the game. This time, though, the event's the 1,500 meters, and it'll be an uphill struggle for Bonnie. Which is not to say that the male athletes will be neglected. From Canada Olympic Park, we'll see the second run of the 4-man bobsled event, which took place today. The rest of the world will be chasing the East Germans, who led after the first run. And up at Nakiska, Alberto Tomba of Italy, Tomba La Bomba, will try for a second gold medal in the men's slalom. Now, it took place this afternoon. If you didn't see it, we're not going to tell you what happened. All I can say is that yesterday he said, after the giant slalom, the slalom will be easy. Trust me. We'll see if his trust was worthy of it. We're also going to see both women's events live tonight, speed and the beauty on ice. Speed skating will be first in just a couple of minutes. This is day 15 of the 16 days of Calgary, the longest winter games ever staged. Our total coverage today will be 10.5 hours by the time we leave the air. Tomorrow, almost 11 hours, at the end of which the flame will be extinguished and we'll all go home. Let's enjoy together, then, the climax of the 15th Olympic Winter Games.
The 15th Olympic Winter Games. Brought to you by Mercury, the shape you want to be in. Apple Computer, maker of Macintosh personal computers, giving you the power to be your best. Visa, the official credit card and traveler's check of the 1988 Olympic Winter Games. And Gatorade Thirst Quencher. Gatorade is thirst aid for that deep down body thirst.
And minerals, supplying energy to working muscles. Nothing cuts through your thirst like Gatorade.
For 1,000 years, this mystical Asian city was surrounded by a wall to keep out foreigners. Today, the wall is gone, and the world is welcome to Seoul and the 1988 Summer Olympics. But if you go, bring plenty of time and your Visa card, because the Olympics don't take place every year. And this year, the Olympics don't take American Express. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
We'd like to award you the account, but frankly, there's a problem.
What's that?
You agreed to keep this assignment confidential.
Obviously, you brought in freelance artists, typesetters.
Hold on.
All the work we've shown you was done by the people in this room on a computer.
What computer puts out work like this?
hire us and we'll tell you.
Mercury, the cars that change the direction of the wind, directing the flow of the rushing air to help keep them firmly in contact with the road, letting the power of the wind help the driver control the car. Mercury, the cars that change the direction of the wind are changing the direction of automotive design. Mercury, the shape you want to be in.
The American speed skating team has experienced a wide range of emotion here in Calgary, from the deep sadness of the Dan Jansen story to the wonderful, fresh-faced joy of Bonnie Blair's gold medal. Can Bonnie win another medal tonight? Well, we'll know in a very few minutes. Right now, let's go to the Olympic Oval with Gary Bender and Eric Heiden. There's the view from overhead, Gary.
There it is, the Olympic Oval, the only covered speed skating oval in North America. And we're set to bring you live coverage of the women's 1,500 meters, 3 3/4 laps. The world and Olympic record holder Karen Kanya of East Germany. She was the first ever to go sub 2 minutes in the 1,500 meters. Hi, everybody. I'm Gary Bender along with Eric Heiden. I guess Kanya definitely carries the favorite tag.
Yeah, I would have to say that Kanya is the favorite. This is a great distance for her. She's got good speed, which means she's a fairly good sprinter, but she's got the endurance, which is key in a 1,500 meters.
She's won 7 medals thus far in speed skating, the most ever. But her fellow countryman, Andrea Ehrig, you have to look at her as well.
Yeah, you know, Karen Kanya really has been suffering lately. Ehrig, though, I think she's going to step in, and tell you the truth, I think she's the favorite.
Bonnie Blair trying to win her 3rd Olympic medal, and she'll be skating without somebody. Her pair is scratched.
Yeah, a little bit of a disadvantage, but today Bonnie's very focused on this race.
And so we're going to get ready now for the first pair as you look at Bonnie Blair. Bonnie Blair will be skating in the 7th pair as we now look at Natalie Grenier of Canada. She is the fiancée of Dan Jansen, and she'll be paired with Constance Scandola of East Germany. Grenier, 2nd time to compete in the Olympics. There is Dan, who has been here. He returned since the funeral, coming back Monday to watch Natalie skate. Natalie thus far has finished 11th in the 500. She did not compete in the 3,000. She was ill. She was 9th in the 1,000. 3 3/4 laps. What's the strategy?
Well, in a 1,500 meter race, what you want to do is open up hard, and by the time you come around that first turn, you want to be going at full speed. Put one arm on your back, relax a little bit that next lap, and you really have to consciously relax. Carry your speed. Then with 2 laps to go, start working the turns, and with 1 lap to go, that's when you really got to dig deep, and that's where endurance really pays off.
Grenier, 23 years of age. She trains with Dan Jansen, who gives her a lot of advice. She likes to skate indoors because she only weighs 137 pounds, and there's Dan cheering her on.
And Natalie had a great opening 300 meters, just under 27 seconds. If you want to win this race, I believe you got to skate the first 300 in about 27.
A good opener, Scandello of East Germany, another new East German. They feel that she may have a real future ahead of her, only 22 years of age.
Right now, Natalie Grenier is going to really have to concentrate on working. She's paired alone, which is unusual because she was paired with somebody and her pair has dropped out. And that makes it very hard when you're out there by yourself, especially when it comes down to that one last lap. It's always nice to have a pair, somebody to chase, somebody to push you on.
Well, that's what Bonnie Blair will have later. Scandello of East Germany dropping off, and here is Grenier. Grenier thinks that the strongest part of her race is the fact that she can corner very well.
And that's kind of a trait that all Canadians have. They grow up, especially the Canadians from out east, they grew up skating indoor, and that makes them very strong corner skaters.
She's coming now to the bell lap. This is the tough part of the race.
This is where you got to really dig deep. Your lungs are just burning. Your legs feel like cement. Sometimes you have blurred vision. It's so important that you try to maintain your technique, because if you start sitting up, you get a lot of wind resistance. You start getting your weight on your toes, and you start digging in.
And so the Canadian now coming around with about 200 meters to go. She was 19th in this event at the 88 World Sprints. She has really dropped off the pace. Remember now, the Olympic record is 2:03.42. That's held by Kanya.
And I think to win this race, you're going to have to go sub 2 minutes.
And she obviously is not going to reach that. It's 2:06.80. So that really will not hold very long at all with the field that we have coming. Dan applauding her efforts as we'll be back. Coming up next will be Andrea Ehrig.
Fresh, salad tossed.
Fresh all day at McDonald's.
Salad, tossed. Fresh all day
At McDonald's.
Salad tossed. At McDonald's. Fresh all day. Listen to the taste of a fresh tossed beef. McDonald's chopping, dicing, shredding, slicing, homegrown harmony. It's a good time. Great taste of McDonald's.
This is Andrea Ehrig out of East Germany, 5-time Olympic medalist, her 4th Olympic team, 27 years of age. She's a silver medalist in the 3,000. Alongside her is Ariane Loignan of Canada, who is in the inside lane.
Ehrig really has had a disadvantage this entire week. She's always pulled an early pair. She's the top East German skater, and all the East Germans, after she's finished, have a very good idea of how fast the ice is. So she's been really their test pilot, and for 1,500 meters, a big disadvantage.
This is the first time she has not been in the first pair. She's in the second pair, and as you mentioned, psychologically, that's really got to help her.
Take a look at, she's got a little bit of a red cord wrapped around her waist. You've seen that the East Germans have a very hard time with their arm on their back, coming off to the side. What she does, she hooks her thumb in there, and then she's able to relax and keep that arm as close to her body as possible, keeps the wind resistance way down.
A veteran skater out of East Berlin, a medical student at East Berlin's Humboldt University. She's coached by Rainier Munn, who's the same as Kanya's coach. 2 laps to go, and the time, well,
that's a good 700-meter time. If she can maintain this pace, probably skate maybe a 31-second lap next, and then a 33. She could finish up right around 2 minutes. But again, I think you're going to have to skate under 2 minutes if you want to win this race.
Her best time is 2:01. She's the silver medalist in the 3,000. She is below that 2-minute pace as of right now.
And right now is the time when you really have to dig deep. This last lap, she was working the corners. Now she's got to not only work the corners, but really concentrate on getting a good push. The first couple straightaway strokes after she leaves the corner. Sit back, focus down that straightaway, not let her weight right up on the toes of her skates.
The East Germans have only 1 gold medal in this event, and that occurred in 1984. And the way they've been skated this entire Olympics, it looks like they may add that to their harvest thus far.
The East German team has really been the dominating team. It's going to be interesting to see what happens after this year because so many of them are thinking about retiring.
And here she comes down the stretch. The Olympic record, 2:03.42, and she's under it. 2:01.49, so a new Olympic record. And our string continues. We've had every Olympic record broken at every speed skating event. Still to come, the world record holder, the defending Olympic champion, Karen Kanya.
If you had all the experience of yesterday, with all the skill and innovation of today, you couldn't lose. Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Carry the caring card.
Karen Kanya. She has been remarkable. She has won 7 medals, the most of any speed skater in history. Let's meet now this 26-year-old from Dresden, up close and personal.
If you're ever on Schlutterstrasse in Dresden, stop in the beauty shop at number 7. You might get a manicure from an apprentice beautician and former art student named Karen Kanya. She gave up art because she also happens to be one of the top speed skaters in Olympic history and now is learning the art of beauty.
I think we are here to give people more power of expression and also more health so that they feel better. And I believe for women it is important for their self-confidence that they look beautiful, or at least that they feel good.
Corinne has never lacked for any self-confidence. After her 4-medal brush with success in Sarajevo, she left the sport for a year, married Rudy Kanya, and gave birth to son Sasha. Since her return, her skating has reached new heights, and she credits the time off the ice.
I lost my motivation after the Olympics because I had achieved so much, everything I had set out to achieve. I had some problems with the idea of embarking on a new Olympic cycle once again, and therefore the year off was very good for me. For a change, I was off the ice rink and out of sports and did something completely different. And then, after my baby was born and after half a year, I was literally pulled back into the training and onto the ice rink again. That was really good.
The fresh perspective towards sport was a result of a lot of changes in her life. Corinne and Rudy live outside of Dresden near the Elbe River, where they are renovating a 60-year-old house while raising a rambunctious young son.
In the last 2 years, since Sasha was born, it has been much easier for me to handle defeats because sports are not the only thing in my life anymore. Before, there was simply nothing worse than having to lose somewhere or having to live with defeat. But now I can get over a loss more easily when I am thinking about my home life and thinking that I really have much better things in my life than just the sport.
Kanya's won 2 medals. She's had a 4th place finish. However, Eric, I think it's fair to say that these Olympics have been a slight disappointment.
They really have. You know, she came here expecting to win a lot of gold medals. So far, she's really been shut out. And there's a big question about her health. And I tell you, this race is going to answer a lot of those questions, because if you're at all feeling bad in 1,500 meters, you're going to blow up that last lap. And she's known as having a very strong last lap. If she's having problems, she's going to die.
This figures to be her last legitimate shot at a gold medal. She's a defending Olympic champion, the world record holder. She'll be paired with Marika Stam of the Netherlands. Kanya at 5'11", 160 pounds, very powerful. As we saw earlier in the 3,000, she just died in the last 2 laps.
She died the last 2 laps. This race for Kanya, she has dominated this race since 1984, never lost it in a major competition, and every time she's skated it, she's won it by over a second, which is an awful lot.
The only sub-2-minute time, she posted that here in this oval, 1:59.30. So Stam inside, Kanya on the outside. You figure that Kanya's got to skate her own race.
She really does. What'll happen is she'll open up hard first 300 meters. When she gets to the backstretch again, she should get a good draft off of Stam. And if she's smart, skating strategically smart, she's going to use that draft. The skater can back off a little bit, and it's almost like auto racing. You just get sucked down that backstretch without any problems, without using a lot of effort.
You need to open hard, but not too fast. Now, she's got a real advantage. She can look at what Eric has done and kind of go after that.
Right. She knows exactly how Eric is done. Her coaches know that the ice is fairly fast. I don't think it's as fast as maybe this December where she set the world record, but she has an idea of what it's like. And you can see on that backstretch, she was way ahead of her pair. She is definitely skating her own race right now.
She is 1.2 seconds faster than Eric. She has 2 laps to go on the 1,500 meters. And the time coming up, and she is under that.
If she can continue at this pace, I think that she may be able to go under 2 minutes, maybe skate a new world record of about 1:58. But this is where it's going to be really telling just whether she's sick or what her problem is.
Well, everybody's been speculating about it. We're going to find out as she comes around now, gets ready for the bell lap. She really needs to work now.
And now the last lap, you're right. This is where you really have to work. Not only work the turns, but also those straightaways.
And so, looking for her first gold, looking for her 8th medal of the Olympics, as she finds herself now 100th behind the time of Eric.
And you can really see her struggling. She's not looking like the Karenenko that we all have known. She's looking down. It's something you don't want to do, bad habit. She's got her arm hanging off her back. A little bit of a psychological advantage because she gets to finish on the inner. You get to think you're a little bit closer.
Remember now, her world record time is 1:59.30. She's got to be mentally tough now. She's got to really finish strong, and she is going to be over 2 minutes. That will set a new Olympic record and put her in first place, but it's still off of her world record time of 1:59.30.
But she did finish pretty strong. You know, I think she put to rest a lot of questions of what her health was like. This is her last turn. You can see her arm, the arm that should be on her back, resting comfortably, is hanging in the air. East Germans have that problem all the time. Her other arm coming across her body, holding her in on those corners.
And so, in first place, Kanya. We'll be back with more live coverage.
When the sun goes down, we're gonna light up the night. Silver label, red ribbon, a taste that's right. Gonna light up the night.
Ivana Van Gennep, the gold medalist in the 3,000 meters. She figures to be the stiffest competition to Kanya. She'll be paired with Gunda Kleemann of East Germany, a relatively unknown. She's in her first Olympic appearance. Of course, later to come will be Bonnie Blair for the United States. Van Gennep inside and Kleemann on the outside.
It's an advantage in this race to start on the inner because you're spaced apart on the start. The guy on the inner has a chance to chase his pair. It allows you to start a little bit harder. Usually you get a little bit better opening time.
You figure that Van Gennep will not get off all that quickly, but she will finish strong. She is such a tough competitor.
That's right. She's known as an endurance skater. She won the 3,000 meters the other night. She's very good at the 5,000 meters. She's someone who's not going to die the last 2 laps, last lap.
You know, it's hard to figure out Kleemann. She's one of these relatively unknown Soviet or East German skaters. She's a dark horse, no consistent international results to gauge her ability.
Yeah, you know, the East Germans, they've had just a few girls who have really dominated. You see very few other East German women, and these girls are going to have some big shoes to fill once Kanya, Erik, and the others decide to retire.
As you know, we've had the world record broken in 6 of 8 speed skating races. I wonder, though, if it's going to happen today. That's not a very good time at that particular point.
On this backstretch, watch the difference between the two skaters. Van Gennep places her foot underneath her very well, while the East German skater, Kleemann, really has a hard time, especially with that right foot. She never really uses that outer edge at all when she places it on the ice.
She was 1,800 slow, but knowing how strong a finisher this girl from the Netherlands is, you don't want to count her out.
And you know, when she's skating the 3,000 meters, she was about a half a second slow with the lap to go and came on very strong.
And here we go to the bell lap. Van Gennep, 24 years of age, from Haarlem. She's now 5/10 faster. She really picked it up on that last lap.
And you can see her coach on the backstretch yelling at her, telling her she's a half a second below the schedule that they wanted her to go on, so she's skating a very good race for herself
This is what we expected. Van Gennep finishing strong, and is she tough now as she's coming around the final turn.
Yeah, and she's brought both arms down. She knows she's got to really go for it this last 100 meters if she's going to win this race.
2:00.82, the time to beat. That's by Kanya, and just inside it. 2:00.68. 1,400s faster, Erik.
Again, a strong last lap. Karen Kanya right now has got to be thinking to herself, what do I have to do to win a gold medal at these Olympics?
So Van Gennep has taken the lead. We're going to be back with more.
Yes, sir. That's my baby. No, sir. Don't mean maybe. Yes, sir. That's my babe shampoo. Now there's 2. No more tears. Gold for babies. No more tears. Pink for kids. I'm gonna stick with Johnson for years. Conditioner too. Yes, sir. Johnson's baby shampoo. Yeah.
And so the gold medalist in the 3,000 meters, Ivana Van Gennep, right now with the lead. She has a time of 2.68. That's 0.14 better than Karen Kanya, than Eric in the third position at 2:01.49. And so Bonnie Blair now has her work cut out for him. We said at the start of this that she had an outside shot. How do you feel now? Has the time put her out of it?
Well, I think that Bonnie still does have a very good outside, like you say, outside shot. She's going to have to open up very hard and finish strong.
Well, she's had tremendous support here. Her family has been behind her. And we're going to go back and recapture the support, the Blair bunch in the race last night. Last night. I don't think Bonnie had any choice. She had to skate well. Now, her sister mentioned that was a world record. It wasn't. It was an Olympic record at that time. She eventually won the bronze, of course, in the 1,000, following on the heels of that gold in the 500.
Right now, Bonnie's taking her clothes off. She's getting a chance to run through a race in her mind one more time. So important that pre-race preparation.
Here's the finish now of the Katie class, Adele Hoyseth, the Norway race, with about a half lap to go.
And take a look at Katie Class's cadence. She's the girl skating, woman skating in the gray and orange. Watch the good skaters when they finish. She's a little bit off the pace, but the good skaters, they will continue to have a good, quick tempo.
Well, the 23-year-old from St. Paul, Minnesota will finish in the 9th position, 2:07.30. He was about 2.5 seconds off that pace. And, of course, it's still Van Gennep for the Netherlands in first, Kanya in second, and Eric in third. And coming up now is Bonnie Blair. As we mentioned, she will be skating by herself. Hunyadi scratched. Now, how does that affect you, Eric?
Well, for Bonnie, I think it's a big disadvantage because she's known as a sprinter, which means she doesn't have that endurance to hang on the last lap. If you have a pair and you start in the outer like she does, you have a chance to chase your pair down the backstretch with about 300 meters to go. She's not going to have that today, and it's, I think, going to cause her a lot of problems.
If she would win a medal, she would become the first United States woman to win 3 medals in a single Winter Olympics since Sheila Young-Akowitz in 1976. So, thus far, the gold, the bronze, and what can she do here in the 1,500 meters? She is really in a top class. She's ranked third in the world time-wise in this event, 2:03.91.
And conditions at this oval are very good for her. She's technically a very good skater, doesn't have the strength to hang on that last lap, but because there's no wind here and the ice is so fast, you can continue to carry your speed over that last 400 meters.
Well, she's seen what everybody else could do, and now it's up to her.
And a little bit of a slip you could see on her recovery stroke with her left foot. She caught it on the ice. Shouldn't cause her too much problems. Right now it's important that she concentrates and gets that out of her mind as quickly as possible.
She needs to stay relaxed, be strong, and skate smart. She knows the time to beat. Everyone out ahead of her, the field that she has to try to overhaul.
And it's so important that right now she consciously thinks that I've got to back off just a little bit and continue to carry the speed that I've gained over opening up hard over the first 300 meters. The next lap, you start working those turns, and with 400 meters to go, then you give it your all.
She is even with Van Gennep at this particular stage of the race, but still a long ways to go, and it'll really prove the last lap to be the one that can make or break her.
Looking very good. She, again, has a little bit of problem with that arm hanging on her back. It's so important that you let that thing just hang there.
Look at that, though. That's the best time at 700 meters.
Good 700-meter time. Now she's got to really start working those turns. Focus down the track like you should be, swinging that arm up in front of her. Looking well right now. Looking very well.
She skated 2 good, hard races. Can she go this distance? Can she do it? Can she win her 3rd medal in this Winter Olympics?
And now comes the big question. Not having a pair, she's really going to have to dig inside herself to finish strong in this race. And this is where she could win or lose this race, this last 400 meters.
All right, the last lap. There's Mary Blair Polanski again, her sister, who you saw earlier on tape. And now live, she's now 1 3/10 slow. There's Mike Crow, the USA coach.
You can see Bonnie coming up a little bit from earlier, starting to push back with her skates. It's so important that when you're tired, you continue to push to the side, having a little bit of problems with his turn.
Here she comes, the final turn. The time to beat, you see it up above. That's Van Gennep's time. She's going to have to hurry. She's not going to get that. In fact, she is going to finish 2:04.02, and that's out of the medal picture.
But I think that she's got to be pretty happy with a 4th place finish in this race.
Well, you talk about the distractions. The one thing that's impressed me, Eric, is you were able to focus on all 5 events in 1980. She talked about the distractions. You just didn't allow that to happen to you in Lake Placid.
Yeah, it's so important that when you're at the Olympics, you come here and focus on your events. She was exposed to a lot of things. Here's the East German women, Andrea Eric.
And so Bonnie will not win the 3rd medal, but as you said, a very good time for her. Her best time ever.
Watch on this start. She'll catch her left leg on the recovery. Maybe this next stroke. No, not that one. Oh, you can see it right there. It almost looked like she kicked the back of her skate right there. And it was early in the race. She was able to continue to concentrate. Last turn, coming up a little bit, not having that snap in each push like she's known for. She's a very good corner skater. And right now, she is awfully tired, legs full of lactic acid. But you can see eyes looking around that turn, keeps her in right on those blocks.
And so right now, Van Gennep, Kana, and Eric will be back after this message and a word from our local stations.
When it comes to doing business overseas, you gotta know how to get it over there. You gotta span the globe. You gotta put spin on the ball. You gotta know foreign relations most of all. You gotta know the customs. You can't afford to be stopped at the border. You gotta make things happen when you get your customer's order. This reminder from Federal Express that it's not just a package. It's your business.
I started at an early age. Mom introduced me to it. She could tell I really enjoyed it, so I stuck with it over the years, and I'm still at it today. I guess it just makes me feel good inside.
Campbell's Chicken Noodle Soup has always been a part of Olympic hopeful Debbie Thomas's life. And since it's low in fat and cholesterol, it's still part of her training diet today.
At the bottom of it all, soup is good food. Campbell's.
Tuesday, it's Kiss and Tell.
I don't want anyone else to know. Hi, what's going on?
Sam Kiss Mason. Who's the boss? Then,
Lord have mercy.
it's a dream come true.
I'm Lydia.
That's great. How do you do that?
How'd I do what?
Growing Pains. Tuesday.
Spring's almost here.
hay fever won't be far behind.
Grass is coming up.
Sneezing's coming on.
Ah, little pink buds. Soon I'll have little red eyes.
If you have hay fever and want to enjoy this spring, see your doctor. Last year, millions of people got fast, on-the-job relief without the degree of drowsiness they may have had before. Now you can put your hay fever to sleep while you stay awake. See your doctor.
Merrill Dow Pharmaceuticals.
Link's mobile phone service from SNET Mobilecom for people with a window office.
When the price of gold fluctuates, one Connecticut company which markets gold products updates salespeople nationwide with a single phone call over an advanced voice messaging system from SNET.
SNET.
An underground river, Monday on Live at 5 on Channel 8.
We're in Calgary for the Winter Olympics, and ABC's coverage continues. Once again, here's Jim.
And so it appears, although the event isn't quite over yet, that Ivana van Gennep of the Netherlands, of Holland, has won her second gold medals of these Winter Olympic Games. She won the 3,000, and tonight it appears she has won the 1,500. It will be a big night in the Netherlands because, you know, every country seems to have a sport for which it feels a passion. In the United States, it's baseball or football or basketball. In Canada, it's hockey. And in the Netherlands, believe me, it's skating. Lives there an American who doesn't know the story of Hans Brinker and the silver skates? It's as familiar a Dutch legend as the little boy who put his finger in the dike to hold back the flood. But the Holland of Hans Brinker is true. There are windmills. And there are fields and fields of beautiful tulips. And there are canals. And it's on the canals that Hans Brinker comes to life, because the canals freeze in the wintertime. And when they freeze, everybody skates. It started as a means of transportation, just as skiing started in Norway. And just as skiing turned from necessity into sport and pleasure, so did skating. The Dutch skate with skill and beauty, and with love. You might say it's their passion. And they love their speed skating heroes.
Speed skaters are the heroes of this country because there's a lack of mountains and snow, so we don't have the cross-country men, we don't have the alpine skiers, and there's a lot of water in this country, so we learn to skate. And that's our national sport, I think.
Speed skating is business, too, in the Netherlands. Just outside Amsterdam is the world's most famous speed skate factory, Viking, founded in 1948.
My father, he's an old Dutch champion in speed skating. He started a company because just after the war there weren't any skates. You couldn't get any skates. And there weren't raw materials to make them off. So then he saw a hole in the market and he started to produce skates. Small quantities, handmade.
Dad saw a hole in the market, all right, and he filled it. It's a craftsman's job making fine speed skates. And quality stays the same, even though they make 90,000 skates a year. And thousands of them are used every year in the Elfstedentocht, Holland's version of the New York City Marathon. This race, however, is much older. More than 14,000 competitors of all ages and abilities compete as the course wanders over the canals through 11 cities. And the winner? Well, he's a hero of Olympic size. And now, Dutch speed skating has moved indoors, just as it has here in Calgary. This one was the first domed oval in the Western world.
En ik zeg u dat het wereldrecord op 6:49:15 staat.
Every meet is a hot ticket.
Pijn, dat lichaam, die benen, alles protesteert.
What Hans Brinker started is now a national pride. But all of the cheers are not for today's Hans Brinkers. Here, they're cheering for a Soviet hero. But perhaps he read the storybook too.
Ivana van Gennep of the Netherlands. This would be the second gold for Holland in this event. The other one was in 1980 by Anna Borken, who was a major surprise to win the gold that year. And Ivana, after winning the gold in the 3,000, now we're going to go back and watch as she looked at her time. I think she was a little puzzled as to where she stood.
Another one of those instances where with a lap to go, she was a little bit off the pace, but because she's got such good endurance, she's able to finish with a very strong last lap and continually surprises us all.
She was 6800ths from becoming the second ever to go under 2 minutes. So Van Gennep right now the #1 position. Kanya in second. Erig of East Germany in third. Bonnie Blair in the 4th spot. Leslie Bader in 8th, and Katie Klass 11th. So Van Gennep, one of the major stories developing here in women's speed skating. Her second gold appears to be on the way. As the women's 1,500 meters right now, the Dutch girl has the lead.
You are what you eat, so you better eat light. Wishbone Light. It's light on oil, but with a full, fresh taste. Live the Wishbone lifestyle with Wishbone Light.
If an MCI customer has a problem, we'll work on it, even into the middle of the night. Maybe someday we'll work 9 to 5. At least that's what I tell my wife.
Until you call, you'll never know how much better a long-distance company can be.
What are you doing, kid? Just reading, sir. Oh, what are you reading? A research report. I thought Mr. Merrill wrote those for our clients. Mr. Merrill wrote this? Mm-hmm. It's pretty good. Hey, what do you know, big shot? Our job is to mail them, not read them. Well, Tim, if I don't read them, how will I ever get out of the mailroom?
Charlie Merrill believed in doing his homework. It's how he built the business. It's why Merrill Lynch is #1 in research today. Merrill Lynch, a tradition of trust.
Mercury, the cars that change the direction of the wind, directing the flow of the rushing air to help keep them firmly in contact with the road. Mercury, the cars that change the direction of the wind are changing the direction of automotive design. Mercury, the shape you want to be in.
Imagine a brain whose left side is as brilliant as its right. A brain as artistic as it is logical, that can calculate and create. Such a brain exists in the remarkable Apple II GS. Brilliant graphics, brilliant color, brilliant sound to help you use both sides of the most personal computer of all, your mind.
So Ivana van Gennep of the Netherlands still leads in the women's 1,500 meters. It looks unlikely that anybody will surpass her time, although the event is still going on. But if it holds up, she becomes the first Dutch woman ever to win 2 gold medals in speed skating in one Olympics. Ard Schenk, a man, won 3 for them back in 1972. Now we're going to move to today's men's slalom event. And Alberto Tomba of Italy. I wonder, did his daddy tell him today if he would win this time, he'd get 2 Ferraris? Probably Al Troutwig and Bobby Addy know the answer to that question. Anyway, here is their report on the event.
After the first run of men's slalom, Alberto Tomba, the favorite, trails the leader Frank Brendel of West Germany by 63/100ths of a second. Now with a light snow falling, the second run. Now Florian Beck, a 30-year-old slalom skier. That is old as skiers go. He's been on the tour for 8 years. Ready. And while sometimes we talk about a skier like Björn Zurbriggen, who was able to compete consistently in all 5 skiing events, well, someone like Beck is a specialist.
2.12 seconds out after that first run, tied with Okabe. So actually there are going to be 16 racers in this group coming down now. some trouble there. He kind of threw himself sideways, got caught. Nice, keeps him going down the hill. You know, when you have new snow, sometimes you're skiing on that new snow, but you can tell by the sounds of the edges here that they're right back down to the ice. They slipped it all out of there.
And the time for Florian Beck, 48-33. He grabs the lead. A good result for this veteran, of which there are many here today, but none more accomplished than this man, Ingemar Stenmark of Sweden. Of course, he no longer lives there. He left that country to get away from the taxes to live in Monte Carlo, which is where we take you now.
Monte Carlo, city of sun and sea and sand, of high life and high rolling. A tax haven also for people like Ingemar Stenmark, who has lived in Monaco since 1980. He says he has found some anonymity there.
Here in Monte Carlo, I think it's relaxing for me to just to walk in the town. There are a lot of people, but they don't know me. Monte Carlo is it's very much different than the ski resorts, and I think that's good for me because I don't think about skiing when I'm here. Yeah, I think my life has changed a little bit because of the results I made in skiing. The skiing gave me an opportunity to travel a lot and meet very nice people.
One of those very nice people is Italian sports commentator Alfredo Pina, who has invited Ingemar on his yacht Intrepido for lunch. It's all very opulent, but the kind of privacy that Ingemar likes.
Right now, I feel that I have quite a good private life. Some years ago, it was more difficult.
Vieni, vieni. Spaghetti.
People want to know everything about me. I don't like it very much. I want to have my private life. I don't feel that I'm something extra. I'm just doing my best, and I think about my skiing. I don't think about what the people think of me. I like skiing so much, and I'm just skiing for fun. That's my motivation. It's not important to win races.
Although he's going through a very difficult divorce right now, what's most important to Ingemar is his devotion to his daughter, Natalie.
The most important thing right now is, I think, my daughter, because that's a very nice thing. It changes a lot when you become a father. I don't want people to think about me when I stop, because that's the past. After I have stopped skiing, I want the people to know me as I am.
And we're wondering just how much longer Ingemar Stenmark is going to try and make his living on the slopes. How much longer will he leave the Mediterranean to ski? We may learn after this run.
Well, he's been one of the great champions of all time as far as ski racing is concerned. I doubt if anybody will approach his 85 victories.
He trailed by 1.72 seconds after the first run. He'll need one of those runs right now that made him famous before. Fastest time on the top.
The second run is a lot faster than the first run. At least 3 seconds. It's a lot quicker. The gates are much straighter down the mountain. You don't have those big wide turns back and forth you had in the first run. That means there's more room for error. You're going that much faster.
No one has come across the finish line in one race as more than Ingemar Stenmark. And right now, he has the lead by 1.22 seconds.
Ingemar forgot his age there for a minute. That was quite a run.
And if the plot isn't already thick enough, now here's the Swiss ace, Biermann Zurbriggen. Gold medalist in the downhill, bronze medalist in the giant slalom. Now Zurbriggen came to these games with a lot of artificial pressure of being able to win 5 gold medals. There's really no one who knows him that believes that that was truly possible. But he has a gold and a bronze, and you just never know what he's able to do when he can turn it on. 5th fastest time at the top.
A little sluggish up on the top. You know, it's pretty tough to get some slalom training time in with all of his downhill runs. He has to go off the end of the day when everybody's all finished and try to get a couple runs on those little slalom skis.
Digging in a little deep through those last few gates.
He'd be one of the great slalom skiers in the world if that's all he did.
Zurbriggen across the line. 2nd place. So the lead is still Stenmark's. Is it possible? It is if experience counts for anything.
It's over there, sir.
I think it's human.
Let's get it out of here. A frozen skier was removed from the glacier today in the high mountains outside of Zermatt, Switzerland.
1988.
The skier has been identified as David Atterbury, missing for 26 years.
He's alive.
What happened?
You'll be just fine.
You're doing better today. Someone to see you.
I'm Lorraine Callahan. My father was your New York Life agent. Now I am.
Callahan, of course.
Those financial plans you and my father put together?
Your future is coming. Get the most out of life with New York Life.
After a long day, all you want is a cozy room at a comfy price. So make it a Comfort Inn or Suite. Just pick up the phone and call.
Make the quality choice. Call 800-221-2222 for comfort, quality, or Clarion reservations.
Hello. Ed has been brainstorming, trying to come up with a slogan for our new Bartles & James Premium Berry Wine Cooler. A slogan such as, "You deserve a berry today," or "Bartles & James, we're looking for a few good berries." Once you've tasted the light, delicious berry flavor of Bartles & James Premium Berry Wine Cooler, however, I think you'll agree with me that Ed sums it up best when he says, "Bartles & James, we will sell no berry that is ordinary." Thank you for your support.
To babies about the Kodak Color Watch system.
Psst, babies, learn to talk now. See those big people taking your picture with the wonderful Kodak film? Tell them to get great developing, to look for the Kodak Color Watch seal. Color Watch means great developing. See, this seal says every picture is printed on Kodak paper. Come on, babies, your photos are important. Don't take this lying down. Kodak Color Watch for great developing. You're gonna thank me for it. Goo goo gaga, goo goo tipi.
Who gave this machine the power to become four-wheel and off-road magazines 4x4 of the year again?
Who else?
At Jeep, we do it right.
Recently, 10 best-selling wall paints were tested on the toughest quality measurement, scrub resistance. The winner, Glidden Spread Satin, on sale now.
Who came in second?
Does it really matter? Glidden, your paint should be this good.
The little country of Liechtenstein has done fairly well for itself in the Winter Games. You know, Hanni Wenzel's famous run in 1980.
Ready.
In 1976, Willy Frommelt won a bronze medal in slalom. And now here's his brother Paul, trying to make a place for himself in Olympic history. Bronze medalist at the 1978 World Championships and still trying to make his mark. So, Bob, we have a couple of really long-standing veterans here who are right down to the wire with this race.
Frommelt shouldn't even be here.
Don't tell him that.
Well, he shouldn't have the reactions. Yeah, but what do you say? You see Stenmark coming down and all of a sudden Frommelt. But he certainly shouldn't be this far up in the standings. This is really a major, major surprise. A little sluggish through there. He's good right through there. It's going to be very close.
And he's takes the lead.
Boy, what a slalom race this is.
The old men of the mountain making their mark. That knocks Zurbriggen out of the medal run. To one of the youngest men in the mountains. The man as far as alpine skiing here is concerned, Alberto Tomba of Italy, looking for gold medal number 2, trailing after the first run by 63/100ths of a second.
You don't see a guy over 6 feet weighing almost 200 pounds this good in slalom very often. But then again, you don't have an athlete like Tomba very often.
Only out by 1/10 of a second.
A little bit sluggish on the top. Oh, he's good right there. Now he's hitting on those gates. His time is getting better. Very good through there.
Last few gates.
Oh, he got a little sideways.
Will Tomba do it? First place.
He's in
Yes.
first place.
He has guaranteed himself a medal. A roar just went up that could be heard from Palermo to Venice.
And he put a lot of pressure on Nielsen and Berndl with that run. That wasn't the best one I've ever seen Tomba make, but I'll tell you, it wasn't all that bad as far as the pressures here today.
He almost stumbled near the end. Now, 2 more skiers to go. This is Jonas Nielsen of Sweden. It was Camilla Nielsen of Sweden yesterday who in the second run, trailing only by 1/100th of a second, and on the verge of winning the first Swedish women's medal in the Winter Olympics in Alpine, fell. They are not related.
He has to block everything out and just concentrate on this run.
7th fastest time.
Very good on the top. Keep in mind, these ruts are getting tougher with every racer. That's what made Tomba's time so great. And his arm hooked a little bit.
Nielsen, 5th place. Now, just to clarify things, Tomba is excited. Perhaps the celebration premature, we're not sure. Frank Berndl is the 15th skier to go. He was the leader after the first round, the first run. There are many other skiers to come, but when they invert the order of these skiers, the skiers coming up after Berndl trailed him by more than 2 seconds, which is a virtual impossibility for anyone to catch him.
It's Frank Berndl's race to win or lose.
Ready. A car accident before his career began shortened one leg compared to the other. Here he is. Remember his story. Never won a race. Then suddenly the gold medal at the World Championships a year ago.
He really has to attack. That's the only way he can approach this run. He has to just go all out. And I thought he was a little slow right out of the start.
He is slow.
He had a 0.6 of a second lead. 63/100 to be exact. He got off a little bit there. He's not right on his skis here.
Keep your eye on Tomba. You can see it building in his eyes.
He's going to have to do better on the bottom part if he's going to win a gold medal. Look at Tomba. Going to be close down here.
Berndl, second place by 0.6 of a second.
Boy, I'll tell you, isn't that unbelievable? 0.6 of a second.
Tomba La Bomba has the gold. Frank Berndl of West Germany missing out on West Germany's first men's gold medal in alpine skiing since 1936 by 0.6 of a second. It was truly a day to remember. Alberto Tomba the gold, Frank Verndl a silver to go with his world champion slalom gold medal from last year, and Paul Frommelt of Liechtenstein following in his brother's footsteps. As for the Americans, a day to forget. McGrath, Ormsby, Williams, Jack John Miller, all falling out of the race. We'll begin by showing you what happened to Felix McGrath of Norwich, Vermont.
McGrath had 2 7th-place finishes in World Cup race this season, but in the first run, straddled a gate right out of the competition.
It was only a portent of things to come. Next, Bob Ormsby of Tahoe City, California.
Sitting right on the back of his skis, and those tips went up, got back in the flush, but in the last gate, couldn't get it back in right before the finish line. Straddled the gate, and he was out.
Took the judges a while to notice that, but they eventually did. Next, Alexander Williams of Rochester, New York.
Okay, Williams coming down, same fate, straddled the gate.
Only one of the members of this team made it to the second run. This is Jack John Miller, but he was unable to complete his second chance.
Miller came down through here, leaned into the hill just a little bit. Skis went out from him, and he was also out.
The Americans won no medals in these 10 events that were held here at Nikiska. We met many interesting people along the way, but as the events came to an end, one man we remembered strongly, Tomba.
Well, after the race, Alberto Tomba did answer my question of earlier as to whether he would get 2 Ferraris. No, he said only one. And then he had another comment. He keeps talking about Katarina Witt. This afternoon, he said, well, now, should Katarina not win a gold medal this evening, I'll give her one of mine. I wonder if he'll show up to watch her skate tonight. We might check up on that as we go along. The skating will start very soon. Some bad news for the United States. It has just come in. Karen Kadavi will not skate. She had a temperature of 103. She didn't practice yesterday, practiced this morning, felt terrible. Thought she might go to the warm-up tonight before deciding, but it's just too much. The flu has got her down. A very tough break for Karen Kadavi. However, Jill Trenery and, of course, Debbie Thomas will be skating, and we'll be going out there live for those and many others of the finalists. Also, bobsledding coming up. Remember, second run of the 4-man competition. After these messages and a word from your local station.
Wherever you are, trust the Texaco star up ahead. It's there shining bright. It's the sign that stands for the best for your car. It's there standing by day and night. Up ahead, there's Texaco, star of the American road. Texaco.
Listen to the sounds of competition. So clear, so close, you'd never guess we actually recorded them long distance on the digital fiber optic network of U.S. Sprint. To sample us on your own phone, call this fiber optic number now. U.S. Sprint, official long-distance sponsor of the 1988 U.S. Olympic team.
Ralphie, which tie do you think I should wear Friday night?
Well, then you can't go out Friday night. There's the Perfect Strangers is on.
Well, I know that. Jennifer and Mary Ann are coming over, and we're all going to watch the show together. So which tie do you think I should wear?
This is...
Don't miss Perfect Strangers on its new night, Friday at 8, 7 Central.
It may be the world's greatest event. It's when a small group of Americans goes head-to-head with the world powers. The French, the Japanese, the Koreans, the Swedes, the Germans. Yes, I'm talking about your New England Ford dealer's Olympic Savings Event, where you can save over $2,600 on an award-winning Ford.
Redken.
So good for my hair.
Redken Classics, the leading salon products.
Luscious and alive.
Professional styling from only the best stylists.
Soft and silky.
Beauty through science.
Redken treatment shampoos, rinses, and styling products.
For beautiful, healthy hair, ask your stylist for Redken. Available at fine salons.
An apparent murder-suicide in Hamden. Details on the late edition.
15th Olympic Winter Games. Brought to you by U.S. Sprint, official long-distance sponsor of the 1988 U.S. Olympic team. The people of Dow. Kmart, the saving place. And Merrill Lynch, an investment firm built on a tradition of trust.
Well, facts are facts, and that was another dismal performance by the United States ski team this afternoon. Not one American man able to finish the 2 runs in slalom. And the results all around have been very distressing, very disappointing. Let's take a look at them. The alpine finishes, for example. Look at all those. In 2 events, the American men did not have a single competitor even finish. Total do-not finishes in all of those events for men and women. 15, and the best place on that board, a 9th in women's Super G. As for the Nordic team, which is also part of the same squad, the U.S. ski team, you see the finishes there. Nobody in the top 10. Biathlon, 1 9th, and that's about the best that they've been able to do. We thought it was worthwhile, and here are the Nordic women's results, just 1/8 in the relay, everything else way behind the rest of the world. For a look at this whole situation in a little further depth, let's check out on a report by Mark Coogan. Here's what Mark's report has to say.
The sign on American skier Doug Lewis's helmet said, "We need Brownie." It was a protest message about a friend, Mike Brown, who was left off the ski team. In a sense, the sign was a commentary on the state of the U.S. ski team at the Calgary Olympics. It might just as well have read, SOS.
I think there has to be some changes in the management level of the ski team. There's not good organization, and there's not a lot of communication between the trustees, the coaches, and the actual skiers.
We just didn't have the funds. And also the philosophical directions to have a development program directed by the United States ski team.
Since the 1984 Winter Olympics, spending by the U.S. ski team, which includes Alpine and Nordic athletes, has steadily increased each year to arrive at a total of $13.4 million over that period. Of that total, $1.7 million has come from the United States Olympic Committee, the largest subsidy given to any winter sport. Half the ski team's budget comes from commercial sponsorships. The ski team is the winter sport best endowed by business. So, why can't the team win?
The development program was very weak in 1980 through 84. And I think that it's very obvious. We just basically were neglected. The development program was neglected. And the results are showing now.
After 1984 losing 4 of our medalists, and we just, a hole like this, a gap like this, you don't fill that easy.
But some people cannot understand why the U.S., a country with 21 million skiers, has won only 20 alpine medals in all the years of the Winter Olympics, while Switzerland, with 3 million skiers, has piled up double the medals. But Calgary is showing it isn't quantity, it's quality and attitude.
I think in America it's also a social problem. I think the people are not motivated like the Swiss or the Austrians or the Germans or the Italians. In Europe, they make a lot of money with the ski sport, and I think in America, for the moment, the youngsters cannot make enough money that they can make out their living and have fun together.
The best athletes in America aren't ski racers. They're basketball players or football players or whatever.
It certainly hasn't helped that a disastrous run of injuries has plagued both the men's and the women's alpine teams. But beyond the injuries, there is plenty of evidence of internal disorder. Take the case of Bill Johnson. In 1984, he became the first American man to win the downhill. But by 1988, Johnson was injured, out of shape, out of favor, and off the team. Did Johnson punch a coach?
Well, whether he punched a coach or not, he had some problems with a coach.
Boosters of the U.S. ski team like to point to the victories of the U.S. junior team as a hopeful sign for the future. But those athletes are an Olympics away.
The American people want a better performance than we're having here at this Olympics. And we and the national governing bodies are working towards having a better performance in 1992.
1984 was the best Olympics U.S. alpine skiers ever had. It may have been an aberration. In '84, the brilliance of individual skiers overshadowed shortcomings in the program. In 1988, those individuals are gone, and the shortcomings are readily apparent. This is Mark Coogan reporting from Calgary.
Thank you very much, Mark. Interesting that figure skating and speed skating, which do not receive anywhere near the amount of money that the ski team receives, are traditionally and are again this year the most successful sports for the United States in these Olympics. Of course, tonight we have two American women, Debbie Thomas and Jill Trenery, both fighting for medals in figure skating. We had Bonnie Blair's success and Eric Flame and so forth. In a minute, we're going to check in with yet another sport. That would be the bobsledding event, and then figure skating.
The issues some candidates raise are hardly issues that will get young people to vote. But there is a candidate who represents a refreshing change.
Thank you. If you want to get young people to vote, give them something to vote for. Something not too heavy, like the light, refreshing taste of New Coke. Now, there's an issue you don't have to be 18 to vote for.
Elect the light, better taste for a brighter, better America.
New voters, New Coke. Think about it.
Valerie! Valerie!
Excuse me, those are fantastic.
Lisa, you've got to see the prices on these earrings.
Where have you been?
Saving us money.
Valerie! Valerie!
I could spend the whole day right here.
Valerie!
Kmart, the saving place, and more.
Okay, let's get moving. First, we'll need work from every department. Who's set up for that?
Our computers are tied in.
Mike, how long for graphics?
2-3 days max. Our computer can do it in a day.
It's yours. Joni, typesetting and printing?
About a week on overtime.
Now, hold on now. Who published this?
We did, on the computer.
Well, do it again. Last, we need presentation overheads. Any ideas?
Leave it to the good hands, people.
Yesterday, when George Tucker left the Allstate Claim Center across the street, he figured the only thing that'd bring him back was the pie he'd discovered. Unfortunately, the long, hot drive home exposed other minor damage that had gone undetected. Just the kind of thing Allstate Hidden Damage Protection insures him against. So today, Allstate gave George another check and a great new excuse for more pie. Allstate Hidden Damage Protection, another reason.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
We continue with the four-man bobsled competition here at Canada Olympic Park. The weather has been a factor all week long here. It was warm. The start time for the four-man competition was moved up. Both weather and track are holding steady as we see the results of the first heat. East Germany on top, followed by Switzerland. Canada in a great third position, but USA and the Soviet Union are tied in fourth place. That's a great position for them to be in. Hello, everyone. I'm Lynn Swan with John Morgan. John, no surprises that Wolfgang Hoppe is in first place. I have to believe he wanted to put distance between himself and everyone else.
Well, Lynn, last week he won 3 of the 4 heats in the two-man competition and didn't win the gold medal. I think he's been steaming all week long. He just wanted to get out here and do what he did in the first heat.
Still with that, Hans Hildebrand of Switzerland is only a quarter of a second behind him.
Well, Hildebrand is the sentimental favorite of everybody here. He's been in the sport for 15 years, 3 Olympic Games. He doesn't have an Olympic medal, and this is his last hurrah.
But the great surprise has to be that Brent Rushlaw, driver of USA Sled #1, is in fourth position, tied with the Soviet team.
Well, Rushlaw has always had a world-class driving ability, but could never start the sled. Today, Rushlaw had tremendous start in the first heat, and that allowed his world-class driving ability to come into play. The key is, though, Lynn, he's got his worst draw of the competition in the second heat. He's going to have all he can do to maintain his fourth.
Okay, now this is four-man competition. It's the same track as two-man, but because it's four-man, the key points on the track change.
Well, we got more speed up top. The track's on the left side. The sleds into the Omega combination corner. Very important to keep it straight on that straightaway. Out of Kreisel, the sleds have problems because of more speed. Into the labyrinth, the driver's going to be very meticulous. Into the finish corner and through.
Janis Kippers of the Soviet Union is getting prepared for his second heat in the four-man bobsled competition. After the first race, the first heat, he was in a tie with Brent Rushlaw for fourth. He had the best start time in that first heat with a 5.18 push.
Well, this is slam dunk time for Janis Kippers. He's in a great position, being the first man off the hill in the second heat, Lynn. This is where he really wants to put the home run.
Well,
right here.
he certainly needs it, because when I look at the start times for the top 5 finishers after the first heat, John, Giannis Kipors is the only man with a start time below 5.20, or excuse me, below 5.23. He's the only man with the teams. Everyone else is 5.23, 2.5, and 2.6. So that means his driving ability is suspect when he gets down the track.
Well, the four-man is a tough thing for the Soviets. Not at the start, but down the course. Again, 5.18 was what we saw in the first heat. Let's see if the push track is slowed down at all. 5.19, no, man, that's push track still got it up top.
Most importantly, the pushers still have it up top.
Well, needless to say, I would call the Soviet athletes finely tuned conditioned athletes.
Of course, one of the things we've talked about before, you and I, John, is the fact that all of the Soviet teams, all of the Eastern Bloc teams belong to their military sports clubs, so they train year-round for this competition. And I found that one of the biggest gripes of many of the other athletes in countries is that they don't have time to train year-round. They can't juggle their jobs and family with bobsledding.
Well, the AR sports military program, he's got slower speeds by almost a full mile per hour than he had the first heat. We can't really judge until somebody else comes down, but he looks very smooth. The heads have been tucked in behind the driver. 57.28.
Being the first sled down in the second heat, he will, of course, move into first place.
Who gives America the best-selling family wagons? The money-saving America cars? The sexiest convertibles? Who gives America the newest aerodynamic sedan? The first true midsize pickup? A luxury car backed better than Rolls or Mercedes?
Who else? You know, all through the Olympics, my friend and I have been telling you Chrysler does it right. For 88, Chrysler's the cars and trucks America needs and the quality America wants. We've got the longest powertrain protection, the lowest car safety recalls, and the highest customer satisfaction of any American car company. For 88, Chrysler's making history. And who gets the benefit? Who? You.
Right now, the only thing that would taste better than a nice cold one is a cold filtered one. Because if you want a beer whose real taste hasn't been changed by heat pasteurization, we've got it down cold. Cold filtered Miller Genuine Draft.
It's as real as it gets.
By increasing our allocation to stock in the face of what seems to be an adverse environment for stocks, Merrill Lynch is saying to our clients, you got to start looking around. Values are there. It takes some homework. We've got the best research department on the street. I'm looking actively, hard, for those opportunities in the marketplace. And it's not a solution. It's a process. It's not a destination. It's a journey.
Merrill Lynch, a tradition of trust.
With an optional 4-liter monster under its hood, Jeep Comanche doesn't just stand apart. It stands alone.
Save up to $1,800 on selected Jeep vehicles. America's winners.
When the bobsleds come down the track, you can see everything that's important about the sled except for one thing, the steering. Right now, John Morgan takes us inside.
Steering a bobsled 50 years ago was as simple as this picture shows. Basic technology was the rule of thumb, with steering handles giving the driver the feel of his sled on the ice. Ropes attached to a pulley system connected to the axle, which contains the shoes and the runners. Again, basic technology. While there have been great advances in bobsled design, when it comes to steering, you must keep it simple. The driver must feel the ice to judge the course. steering handles and ropes are still the same, but the pulleys have been replaced with a basic mechanical system that fulfills the pilot's needs for a sensitive touch. Ropes to a bell crank arm, then into a crank arm, into the kingpin. The kingpin is attached to the axle. The axle is attached to shoes which contain the runners. A half-century later, the look of a sled has changed, but inside, the basic steering mechanism has remained the same.
The Jamaican bobsled team, and John, you've talked about the military and sports teams and having an impact in bobsledding and amateur sports altogether. Dudley Stokes, a member of the Jamaican Defense Forces, and everyone in his team is a member of the Jamaican Defense Force.
Well, military sports programs, I think, are the way to go. 8 months a year, they're military, 4 months a year, total bobsled athletes. I don't think the time's the factor here. I think all he wants to do is get to the bottom. Nice clean entry that time. Let's see how they get down before the first corner. No, look at this. This is a Chinese fire drill to start right here.
It's a good thing
still not down.
He's not down. It's a good thing they don't have to go under a bridge, John.
Well, again, all he wants to do is make it to the bottom. As you can see, he's a lot cleaner with the 4-man than he is with the 2-man, but he's very leery about this big sled. Now, again, speed. We talked about speed. Anything above 74 miles an hour would be great for him.
When I talked to Dudley Stokes, and he was telling me that he was a helicopter pilot, I asked him if he had done map of the earth flying. That's when the helicopter gets low over the ground and just follows the contour of the land. He says he's done it, does it quite frequently, and he feels like it's helped him when it comes to bobsled training to see those turns and those moves before he gets to it.
Well, there he is again, late off that finish corner. Boy, that's bad for your rib cage, I can tell you that. But again, they're down the course twice, 2 for 2.
We'll take another look at the Jamaican start. Now, when you talk about it being a team sport, here is where all the teamwork comes into play.
Yeah, the Keystone Cops, the Chinese fire drill, whatever you want. Look at that last step. That's not a power step. Again, this is the inexperienced Lennon. It's like saying, get out of my seat. He's talking right there. Look, that is a big windfall to be going down at the start.
Here we go, guys.
But they make it. They're in one piece. Just another piece of the pie, another bit for them to remember about their first venture in Olympic bobsledding. Eckhard Faser is the driver of Swiss sled number 1. He is getting set for his second heat down this course. Swiss 1 now at the start, moving down the track.
Eckhard Faser, a very disappointing first heat time. 5:22, a better start than he had in the first heat, man. This is where he's got to do it. Put up or shut up time for Swiss 1 because they were in the back the first heat.
In the first heat, they placed 7th overall. They were 0.67 hundredths of a second behind the lead pace. He's got a lot of time to make up on his second run.
Time on the left. Soviet sled. Ooh, this is good heat here, Lynn. Let's watch the speed. 74.8 miles per hour is the speed the Soviets had. 74.9. He's got more speed. This is a great heat for Faser. Let's watch the heads here. Perfect.
Faser seems to be controlling this track at this point. Bottom half. 57.37. That's a very good time in the second heat. Moves him in the second position overall.
I think he wanted a low 57, Lynn. He'll have to take that. Again, he started very late in the first heat. That cost him.
There's a look at the Olympic Plaza just before dark. It looks like the largest crowd of all has gathered on this final Saturday night of the Games. They're waiting for Tomba again. Alberto Tomba to get his second gold medal. It was quite a scene the other night. The Italian flags, as you can see, are already waving. The crowd sways. And we'll be back after these messages and a word from your local station.
I've planned thousands of dinners and affairs for everyone from next-door neighbors to royalty. But now I'm planning my biggest ever, a party for 77 million people. I'm Margaret. Martha Stewart, and I'm Kmart's new consultant for entertaining and lifestyle. I'll be helping millions of Kmart customers with tips on just about everything for the home and entertaining. So come to Kmart. 77 million people. I hope I made enough food.
Some people will have more going for them in Calgary than others because American Express is there already, preparing them thousands of warm welcomes in fine restaurants and stores. And in case they should need emergency cash or help with new travel arrangements or a lost card, we even provide mobile offices. These special people are the people we call members. In Calgary or wherever they are, American Express is there. Membership has its privileges.
Action News 8 is reliable.
I want you to plan on my being there. After all, who could let the scouts down? Let's see, I'll plan on leaving just after the 6 o'clock news. I don't think traffic will be too heavy, so I should be there in plenty of time for the meeting. And I promise to bring some Ask Al buttons.
Reliable. Action News 8.
Why gamble hard-earned money on a newcomer car line with no track record just because of price? You can take your chances or invest in Connecticut's #1 best-selling import, Honda. For the last 10 years, #1 in owner loyalty. Roll the dice or go with a sure thing. Honda, only at Lathrop Honda, Westbrook Honda, J. Thomas Honda, Honda of New Haven, and Executive Honda.
Nationwide's homeowners insurance can protect against the unexpected. But what if something happens to you? Your family could lose their home entirely. For total home protection, you need both Nationwide's homeowners insurance and Nationwide's mortgage life insurance for coverage against the unexpected. Another way Nationwide helps provide blanket protection for your family and your home.
Nationwide is on your side.
Have a sparkling day from the American Diamond Exchange, New Haven.
It's the 15th Olympic Winter Games, and ABC's coverage from Calgary continues.
Man to beat, Wolfgang Hoppe. He was first after the first heat, defending gold medalist in the 4-man competition. He won the silver in the 2-man last week. He wants desperately to repeat in this event to have his piece of history.
Well, he's 200 better at the start. That says it all right there. Believe me, Hoppe is licking his chops after that first heat, and he's got a good lead. He wants to slam dunk right here. Time in the left is the Soviet junior sled #2. Let's see how Hoppe does.
The fastest time in the second heat was that of Yannis Kipors, who went first in the second heat. He established the benchmark of 57.28. You see there, great speed of 75 miles per hour coming into the crisis.
Well, let's see if he can maintain it. He was late there, and he got into that quarter lane. That's going to cost him some time. He's on the money, though. Hi, Kipper's here. Oh, this is a great heat because he came down late. Fastest time of the
57.31, the fastest time of the heat. He is not going to let Yannis Kipors get above him the way he did in 2-man competition. Hans Hildebrand from Switzerland, he's up top. But right now, let's take a moment to meet him up close and personal.
I'm 43 in Calgary, and I take part at my last race in Calgary. It will be the end of my practice in bobsledding, and I hope it will be a great race for me. I'm an electrician with my own business. I installation houses, factories, everything with electrical things.
Hans Hildebrand is good at technical work. That's part of his secret as a bobsledder. He spends 4 or 5 hours after work making small refinements on the 2 sleds he keeps in his workshop. And he shares his knowledge with the bobsledders of the world.
I have good relationship to all the bobsledders from all over the world. the younger slider come to me and ask me for tips. I give them any tips they want because they have to learn it, and the way to learn it is very long, and it's not easy to learn it. I took very long years to get it.
This seems to be a happy man in the garden of the house in which he grew up. Excitement in his bobsled, technical work in the shop, beauty and quiet in the garden.
I enjoy the gardening, but the problem is the time. I haven't enough time to do everything. Maybe after bobsledding, if I stop bobsledding, there is enough time to gardening.
One more great race, then it's time for the flowers.
There he is, pushing down the track. 5:25 is what he had in the first heat. 5:25 in the second heat. Swiss precision right there, and consistency. Consistency in bobsledding. Very similar. Have to be consistent. Hans Hildebrand is 43 years old. This is going to be his last international competition. He is going to retire when this is all over. Watch for the speed. Hopefully at 75 miles an hour, he needs it up there too. 74.3 is not bad, but it's not what Hopley had. Good line in the prize. Let's watch him here. A little late there, man. He is a bit late, and the bobsled being as competitive as any sport you can think of, this is probably the only man in the competition that the competitors would not begrudge a medal if he should win it. 57.91. He moves up to 4th place overall in the competition. Second 60-100 slower, Lynn. Everybody else is 50-60-100 slower. I say that's a bad heat for Hans Hildebrand.
Matilda by Killer, mate. Can't beat a Matilda Bay. It's nothing like the old smooth refresher.
Matilda Bay's a different kind of cooler from a different kind of place.
This is really something.
One Matilda Bay, mate.
Now made by our mates in the States. It'll take your taste away from the everyday.
When Andrea Barber grows up, she's going to publish a newspaper. But then that's what she's doing right now.
Kids are gonna freak when they see this.
Roger. Chris Stahl wants to pilot a jet plane. In fact, he's already flying one. And when Hakeem grows up, he's going to be a record producer. A child with an Apple II computer quickly learns there's no use putting off until tomorrow what you can do today.
Some people think women don't know anything about cars, but some of us know as much as men, like the difference between a T-Bird and a Lincoln Continental. The T-Bird has a V6 fuel-injected engine, and the Continental has anti-lock disc brakes. Let's see what the guys know.
The T-Bird has 2 doors.
The Continental has 4 doors.
The T-Bird is $39.90 a day at Hertz.
The Continental is $44.90.
I rest my case.
Do you think they'll renew our contracts?
Wouldn't it be nice to be going home for a change?
We asked for it. Why do you think Mr. Merrill's pushing this new training program? Welcome back, soldier. Well, the war's over. The country's gonna grow. And we gotta have the best trained people to help folks take advantage of it.
Right. Charlie Merrill said find the brightest people and train them well.
Don't you two ever go home?
It's a lesson Merrill Lynch has never forgotten. Merrill Lynch. A tradition of trust.
Mama thinks it's special. How do I know? 'Cause my Skippy tells me so. She draws a heart, she makes a fuss, so we can take her love with us.
Of all the national brands, only Skippy has both high protein and less sugar. High protein and less sugar for your kids. Now that's good nutrition straight from the heart.
Mama loves me, and I got a hunch that she always puts Skippy in our lunch.
Skippy, good nutrition straight from the heart.
USA 2 is at the start track. Matt Roy, the driver. In his first heat, he was 12th overall. Had a push time of 5.35 seconds off the pace of the leaders. And John, I've got to ask you, Is it possible that Matt Roy could have had faster people pushing that sled for a better time?
Well, you're probably right with faster people, but not team people. This is a great team. These guys have been together for 3 full years. The problem is here, let's watch the time. 5:33, it's better than first heat, not great. This is very different than USA number 1. These guys stayed involved in the controversy up here in Calgary. USA 1 got away from the controversy. That's why Brett Russell had a 5:26 start.
And they seem to get a little bit sideways. You're right, they stayed in the middle of the controversy. And I think the basis of all that is a Willie Galt feeling that he was one of the fastest people up here. Felt there could have been a spot for him in one of those sleds, but Matt Roy said from the top that he would not have Willie Galt in his sled, even though he was faster.
73.5 is not very good speed for Matt in this heat. And again, I agree with you there. Could have been a faster man in the sled, but these guys are very close-knit team. And that says something about bobsledding. I think 4 years from now, we're going to see Matt Roy in a very different position. He's paying his dues right now.
Up, moving down in the competition overall to 14th place.
Over a second and a third slower. That's not a very good heat.
Brent Rushlaw. This 4-time Olympian's closest finish was in 1980 at Lake Placid in the 2-man bobsled. Coming into the 4th run, he was in 5th place. This is how Kurt Gowdy and Paul Lamy called it.
A big crowd rooting, over 10,000 today, watching the U.S. sled number 1, driven by Brent Rushlaw, come down the track.
He's not looking bad at all right now. He's holding that sled. He's maintaining his composure and attacking the course right now. Now let's look for his split time as he goes to the big shady corner. 34.05 should be better than that, but let's see how it works from here. He holds a nice low line through shady, the shortest distance between 2 points, remember. And now, again, as the speed picks up in his sled, consistency through these little S's as he approaches the big shady the zigzag corner. This is zigzag. Zigging. Zagging through zigzag. On his way now to the finish turn. It's all up to him.
He's coming right down the track. That's what he needs on the left. The crowd with him, and he's in with a 103.42.
103.
That was only good enough for 6th place. And if Brent Rushlaw wants to be in medal contention, he is going to have to produce a 57.48 time to move into 3rd place overall. John, is he capable of getting that time on this track in the 2nd heat?
Well, number 1, we got to see another great start. That's probably one of the best starts the United States has ever had in Olympic bobsled competition, to be that close to the Soviets and the Swiss and everybody else. So number 1, the 5:26 start's what we need. Brent's not famous for 2nd heat start times. And again, this is his worst draw of the 4th. Tomorrow he's got a very good draw, Lynn. He really needs to hit it.
Everyone has recognized Brent Rushlaw as an outstanding driver, but in the same breath, they always say he is not the best of athletes. That's why you see him weakening when it comes to start. But he produces a 5.25, very close, maybe close enough to get him off to the great start.
But Lynn, the sled went to the left. One of the riders pushed off left. That might cost him, might not. We'll tell right away on the first clock. If he's going 2,500 behind the first clock, that's starting to stay costly. Not bad. I think it might have cost him a little bit. The next key, 74-mile-an-hour speed. If we see, it'll be a great time for Brent. Ooh, great time for Rushlaw here. This is another good heat, Lynn. If he holds it down here, he might have a chance for the 3rd spot.
He comes through that chryso into the labyrinth. He had good control coming out of it. Did not brush up against that wall.
This is USA.
Mid-57 is what we want. 57.67. Puts him in 5th. Not bad, Lynn, for the worst draw he's got in the competition. Tomorrow he goes early.
After the first 2 heats of the 4-man bobsled competition, it's East Germany, Wolfgang Hofes in 1st place. No surprise that the Soviet Union in 2nd, Swiss 1, 3rd, and 4th. United States a surprising 5th and in the hunt. Matt Roy is 17th in USA Sled 2, but it still remains Wolfgang Huffy, the gold medalist from 1984, looking for gold here in Calgary at Canada Olympic Park in 1988.
Straight from the heart.
I like the way you make me laugh. I like the funny things you do. You got a style that's all your own. make me sparkle too. You're such a kick to have around. I like the Sprite in you.
Diet Sprite, the only one with Lyman. The unexpected twist that makes us different. Now with a lively new look.
I like the Sprite in you.
Nice flying, Greg.
Thanks.
So, you're really not going to do another tour?
Nah, Susan and I have made plans.
You're going to miss this place.
Murdoch, my mind's made up, all right?
Then I guess you're going to want this.
American accepted me. Looks like I'm going back to flight school.
I hope they know they're getting one of the best.
When you're something special, people know it.
If you had all the experience of yesterday, with all the skill and innovation of today, you couldn't lose. USA! Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Carry the caring card.
Everyone asks, Corinthian leather? Of course, why not the best? It's the same with our new Chrysler New Yorker. It gives you everything. Powerful V6, anti-lock brakes, front-wheel drive, rich leather, 770 protection plan. And Chrysler's exclusive Crystal Key program, complete car coverage with owner care that's even better than Rolls-Royce or Mercedes. Chrysler New Yorker gives you the one thing you always wanted in a luxury car. Everything.
Look at all those little old ladies drinking Lipton tea. See them sitting, sipping Lipton, proper as can be. See them rocking, now that's gentility. Lovely, look at all those little old ladies drinking Lipton tea. I said, look at all those little old ladies drinking Lipton tea.
George de la Pena is guest dancer and choreographer with the American Ballet Theater most of the time. But for many months now, he's been working in a cold ice rink with Debbie Thomas, the American who tonight will be trying to go for the gold medal in ladies figure skating. She had one lesson with the great Mikhail Baryshnikov, and it was Baryshnikov who then suggested and got George de la Pena to work with her. It all was arranged in the beginning by Aya Zanova, the former world champion. George is with us in our interview studio now. George, how would you assess the progress that Debbie Thomas has made from when you started with her on the artistic side?
Oh, the jump has been extraordinary. She's opened up and become the most wonderful performer.
It seems also, though, just from looking at her from my inexpert eye, you have worked a lot with hand positions and all the graceful parts of this sport. She had the athleticism all along, right?
Well, yes, that she did, but I have to tell you, I didn't work on the hands. The hands came out of the emotional work that we did. So basically what you're seeing is very spontaneous. It's not choreographed.
But you work with the head then, not just with the body.
Well, when you're feeling the right things, your head seems to go in the right place.
You know, this afternoon, Alex McGowan, who obviously and on camera was very displeased with her artistic impression marks the other night, said, well, I don't know, if she's good enough for Baryshnikov, why isn't she good enough to the judges? What did you think of those marks?
Well, that's a difficult question. I couldn't quibble with all of them. I thought they were a bit low, although the program itself, unfortunately, I didn't have time to get to that short program. So the tones of the piece were all genuine and fantastic, but it could have had more color, in my opinion.
Final quick question. Did you have any suggestions for her before tonight's performance?
Oh, gosh, just be herself.
Okay. Thank you very much, George. Appreciate your joining us. George de la Pena of the American Ballet Theater. We're now going to see one of the most inspirational sports in the Olympics. Exhibition sports is disabled skiing. They had blind skiing, which I believe you saw this afternoon, and then they have skiing for people who have lost their limbs. Our commentators, Donna De Verona and Ted Kennedy, Jr.
We are athletes, and we are not disabled people out here doing something because this is all we can do.
Olympic spirit to me means commitment, perseverance, overcoming obstacles, and being the best you can possibly be. And no one exemplifies these qualities more than the disabled athletes competing here in the exhibition events. With me, Ted Kennedy Jr. Ted, you've competed in disabled events, and you've been very active in lobbying and getting this on the Olympic calendar as an exhibition sport. What does it personally mean to you?
Well, to see your friends and people that you've trained with for all these years finally make it to the arena, the Olympic arena and the world-class arena that they deserve is really, really exciting to me.
And you really have a shared experience with these athletes.
Well, yes, at the age of 13, losing a leg, it was really skiing that really helped me accept and make me face up to my challenge. And I think certainly here today, watching these folks face up to their challenges and show that they are the best athletes in the world, that's very exciting.
For years, disabled meant incapable, and competitive sport was considered out of the question for most people with a disability. Initially, disabled skiing started as a form of therapy, and now it has evolved into competition so intense and so important that these athletes, like any elite competitors, spend much of their lives training. Many consider these athletes somehow more courageous than the rest of the world, but they feel that attitude in itself diminishes their credibility.
All of us get really tired of being looked at as courageous, and I ski because I love to ski, and I race because I love to win, and it has nothing to do with courage or bravery. When you're in a downhill race, there's a certain amount of courage, but it's not courage that's any different because you have one leg or because you have two legs.
Sport for anyone can improve life, and for those with disabilities, it can be especially important.
If you can go out here on the hill, ski everybody else into the ground, and walk away. Sure, you may limp when you get back down here to the base slides, but when you're on the hill, you can be an equal or you can be more than an equal. And that'll make you feel good enough about yourself that you can go out and compete if it's in school, if it's in the job market, or whatever the case may be.
You have to be confident in what you're doing. You have to believe in yourself. You have to believe that you can beat everybody else on the mountain.
The only difference between these athletes and able-bodied skiers is their adaptive equipment. The sport has progressed so far that practically anybody can ski competitively now. Paraplegics, double amputees, even those affected with cerebral palsy. These skiers here are just a small representation of these other groups. For the first time ever, disabled skiers walked in the opening ceremony with the rest of their country's delegation, marking one victory in a worldwide effort for people to be recognized for their abilities and not their limitations.
To be a part of the team and walk in with the team was probably the ultimate dream that I had when I started 17 years ago. So the feeling was phenomenal.
Phenomenal to finally be accepted. On race day, the favorites won easily on an icy giant slalom course at Canada Olympic Park.
Germany's Alexander Spitz, the best giant slalom skier in the world, won the gold medal convincingly. My longtime training partner, Greg Menino of the United States, took the silver. You were looking for the gold medal, but I'm sure you must be really pleased to get a medal out of all of this.
Yeah, it feels really good to come second. First is always better, but against Alexander Spitz, he's a tough competitor, so I'm very happy with my performance.
Fritz Berger of Switzerland won the bronze.
For the women, an American sweep. Diana Golden took the gold medal and along the way beat 8 of the men's times. Kathy Gentili won the silver, Martha Hill the bronze. A great symbol of how sport can help ease the social and physical barriers in our lives.
We'd like to note here in that connection, it suggested to us that we're very pleased to be able to televise these Olympics in closed caption for the hearing impaired. A bit of news, Bonnie Blair will carry the American flag in tomorrow night's closing ceremony. There is the Saddle Dome. Inside there, the competition already underway in ladies figure skating. We'll be back after this word and the ABC News Brief, local station word.
Coming Tuesday and Wednesday, it's a special Growing Pains.
Lord have mercy.
2 nights of rockin' and rollin'.
I'm Lydia.
Oh, that's great. How do you do that?
How'd I do what?
Following the Olympics, a Growing Pains two-parter starting Tuesday and concluding Wednesday on its new night and time.
An ABC News brief. Now from Washington, Britt Hume.
Good evening. Panama's ex-president de Valle has gone into hiding a day after being ousted for trying to fire military strongman Manuel Noriega. Secretary of State Schultz had a disappointing day as both Jordan and Syria rebuffed his attempts to sell a new peace process. Meanwhile, Israel ended its bloodiest week in nearly 3 months of protests as soldiers killed 3 Palestinian demonstrators during clashes in the occupied territories. More news later on the Weekend Report.
Faster. We're late.
In today's world, every minute counts. That's why the Connecticut State Lottery has Quick Pick.
Hawaii! We're late. Terminal number.
Please check your ticket, sir. With Quick Pick, the computer will pick your numbers for you. The daily numbers play for Lotto.
What? What? Hawaii! What flight?
Please check the board, ma'am. Quick Pick from the Connecticut Lottery, because when every minute counts,
We're going over!
we've got your numbers.
Captain Kidd's first visit to the New Jersey shore was no vacation. Legend has it that he came to hide some treasure, and perhaps a few crew members. But because the authorities were after him, he found it impossible to stay.
Today, some people still dig for buried treasure in New Jersey and find it impossible to leave. New Jersey and you, perfect together.
Gary Hart staying in the race. Details at 11.
The 15th Olympic Winter Games. Brought to you by American Airlines, a proud sponsor of the ABC telecast of the 1988 Winter Olympics. The Coca-Cola Company and your local Coca-Cola bottler. And the Quality Choice. Comfort Inns, Quality Inns, Clarion Hotels.
The results are now official in the women's 1,500-meter speed skating. Ivana van Gennep of Holland winning her second gold medal of these games. Karen Kanya of East Germany second. And Andrea Eric third. Bonnie Blair of the United States was fourth. A marvelous performance for Bonnie, a gold and a bronze and a fourth place. Leslie Bader, Katie Klass, and Janet Goldman finished in that order among the other American skaters. Now, a while ago, we reported to you what had been told to us in a phone call from a spokesman for the U.S. Olympic Committee that Karen Kadavy of the United States had scratched from tonight's competition because of her illness. Now we're hearing other rumblings from the arena. Jack Whitaker right now is with her coach, Carlo Fassi. What is the word, Jack?
Well, Jim, Carlo can tell us himself. What is the latest word on Karen?
Well, she definitely had to withdraw. We were open at 4 o'clock. I went to see her at the village. She had temperature. She really couldn't almost stand up, but we postponed the decision at 6. We went back with the doctor of the American team and the team leader. At 6, she was definitely, she couldn't get out of bed, absolutely. She's very heavy influenza and she has temperature, she vomits, she cannot really absolutely compete. We are all upset because it got so close and but she had to withdraw.
What a tremendous heartbreak. What will be the future now? What happened?
Oh, well, I hope she get better in few days and she will come back to the Broadmoor and we will go to Budapest, hoping that she will do well in Budapest.
Well, I'm sure it's a heartbreak for you too, Coach.
Okay, well,
thank you very much, Carlo. Now, Jim?
Tough break then, that is confirmed for Karen Kadavy. Carlo Fassi, her coach, the most successful judge of female figure skaters in the world and one of America's great soccer fans, by the way. You know, when they're out there, they make it look so easy, you know, that it looks like a very simple sport. It is extremely difficult. And the fear is always in their mind, really, of falling. And when they do fall in important competition, it has a great impact. And another fall. Near disaster has struck Janet Lynn in the World Championships.
That whole mindset can carry over for years and years and years after. I'm not good enough. Here I go again. I'm failing again, and I'm not good enough.
I completely remember everything up until the fall, and then after the fall, I don't remember the end of the program. I remember nothing about that.
That's unfortunate.
Sometimes you feel humiliation or that you're letting the public down.
I know that people are probably just sitting on the edge of their seat, so I hope the sky doesn't fall again. You just want to get off the ice.
But you can't. Skaters have to pick themselves up and keep going. They have to learn to control the reactions because usually it's not the fall, but the reaction that's fatal.
I think the most common thing that came to my mind was, don't do it again. And that's the worst thing you can think about. You know, you have to push it. You have to push it out of your mind that you've made a mistake.
Which is hard. You know, when you have 3 triples coming up and you've fallen once already, and this is the Olympics, and just thinking about it makes me, you know, my stomach just tightens.
To help him get back on the ice, Charlie Tickner turned to self-hypnosis. After that, he won his first of 4 national titles the following year. Now, Rosalind Sumners, like countless other skaters, worked with a sports psychologist to train her to steel her mind against worrying about a fall. While many skaters use a visualization technique where they see themselves doing perfect programs, Elaine Zayak prepared herself to cope with the worst.
She started to mentally go through it. She actually walked, and she'd say, here I am getting ready for triple toe look, and bam, she's down, but she's up again.
A skater's reaction is frequently determined by their mindset going in. In the 1972 Olympics, Janet Lynn was our gold medal hopeful, and she was skating beautifully until. But to everyone's amazement, she got up smiling, and because she didn't let it disrupt her, she was able to win the free skating portion of the competition. But a year later at the World Championships, her first double axel. And 30 seconds later, another double axel. And another fall.
I wanted to run off the ice and cry in the bathroom.
And why the difference? In the 72 Olympics, Janet's positive reaction stemmed from a deep personal belief. A very religious person, she felt God had given her talent, and she wanted to show his love while skating.
If I had that attitude, it didn't bother me to fall because God loves us even when we fail and even when we fall. The other side of that is that if I tried to go onto the ice and beat someone, then I started being afraid of falling.
Which is exactly what happened in 1973. In 1982, Elaine Zayak entered the national championships in Indianapolis as the champion. In the space of 4 minutes, she fell 3 times. She was still reliving these falls a month later at the World Championships. Up in her hotel room, just hours before her performance, the hysterical Elaine told her coaches, I'm not going to skate. Why?
Total fear. Remembering what had happened in Indianapolis.
She said that she had gone for years and never missed. And now she knew she could miss. And she felt that she would miss again. And she just couldn't go through it.
She said, if you love me, you will not make me do this. I said, I love you. We're going to try one more time.
How did they get Elaine on the ice that day? Well, in desperation, they brought an old and trusted friend up to her room. He sat on her bed and told her a story.
He said, what you're feeling is nerves, not fear. When I go to a restaurant and I order a very expensive meal and I have $100 in my pocket, I'm nervous. I'm not fearful. I'm fearful when I go to the restaurant and I have no money in my pocket and I order a big dinner. I don't have the capability of paying anything. He said, you have the $100. He said, you see, you have the capability. Tonight, you will do your best. It may not be enough, but you will not embarrass yourself. He said, you have the ability.
And then the little girl looked at him, dried her tears, put on her makeup, went out to the rink, and became the champion of the world. So falls beget falls. Let's hope we see none of them tonight. On the ice now, live at the championships, Charlene Wang.
Jim, Charlene Wang is coached by the same Canadian coaches that work with Elizabeth Manley. She is not in as good position. She is 18th in figures, 14th in the short program, and now 17th coming into this portion of the competition. Manley, her co-worker, so to speak, is in 3rd place overall, but this girl is skating very nicely so far.
Getting a taste of the competition here. This one of the early skaters.
An interesting example of one of the triple jumps here that she did quite unusually. She fulfilled the jump. She did not fall down on it, but she had a 3-turn at the end of it. In other words, she completed the revolution on the ice. That was something that was quite usual 30 years ago, but you very seldom see it today, and you seldom see it in a triple jump.
It'll be interesting for you at home to watch and try to assess the difference between a competent skater like this, second in her own national championship, and the marvelous skating you'll be seeing from the best. Canada. And now we'll take a break and come back to the championship.
When it comes to doing business with foreign lands, you gotta know how to balance your trade. You gotta know the time. You gotta know your zones. You gotta know how to speak the language. You gotta bring things in from far away. You gotta know their destinations. Your customers are waiting at the end of the line. Now is no time for complications. This reminder from Federal Express that it's not just a package. It's your business.
Petrino, the news spread throughout the raisin business.
More raisins?
Now Kellogg's puts 2 bigger scoops in Kellogg's Raisin Bran for even more raisins.
More raisins?
Raisin brokers, raisin shippers, and raisin raisers work furiously to meet the Kellogg's demand. It's been tough on some of us.
More raisins.
But it's been worth it, because now 2 scoops in Kellogg's Raisin Bran means even more raisins than ever before.
More raisins.
As the years go by, I know I'll always have a friend. Just as long as you stand by me.
For over 100 years, friendships have been formed and kept over the quality beers of Anheuser-Busch.
Darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me.
Pride's inside Plymouth Sundance. Pride's in its value. 770 protection, front-wheel drive, split fold-down seats, stainless steel exhaust. 47 quality standard features priced under $8,000. Plymouth Sundance. The pride's inside before you're inside.
Plymouth introduces America's Winners. Get $500 cash back on Plymouth Sundance.
5.1, 5.3.
The marks for Charlene Wong for technical merit 4.8 to 5.1, for artistic impression 4.8 to 5.3. And now on the ice, Ivan Gomez of Spain.
Our next competitor,
18th overall, coming to the free skating performance.
Remember, Jim, she is the skater who comes from San Francisco, but because of her dual citizenship, she's able to skate for Spain. One other thing, she is a very special friend of Brian Boitano's, and she stayed as a competitor this year in order to support him through the Olympics and through the training period.
Crowd enjoying this skating and settling into their seats, anticipating the great confrontation that's coming up between Debbie Thomas and Katarina Witt. But this is Yvonne Gomez.
She's a very pretty girl, very nice style, has a little trouble with her jumps.
Yeah.
Oh, what an opening.
That was beautifully landed, too, until that last.
Now the question, will a fall beget a fall? It appeared to be the case very often in that piece on the impact of fall.
Well, she definitely has to block it out of her mind and go ahead and do more of these jumps.
Easy for us to say. Although she is from San Francisco, her connection with Spain is not really too distant. Her parents are both from Bilbao on the northern coast. She spends her summers in Spain, speaks the language fluently.
This is one of my favorite pieces of music from Rodrigo. This is actually the same music that Karen Kadavi was going to be skating to. A lot of Spanish flavor in the music this year.
Speaking from our ABC anchor position in the studio, but of course Dick Button and Peggy Fleming are on the spot in the saddle now.
And incidentally, Jim, she's a straight A student and the only other pupil of Linda Levers besides Brian Boitano.
Wants to be a sports psychologist, right?
I think Yvonne's choice of music has been very good. It's really responsive to the audience, very easy to skate to, and her choreography has been very well planned. Unfortunately, technically, she can't keep up with it.
Maybe as a psychologist, she could one day end up in the as a member of the staff in the sports medicine clinic that Debbie Thomas hopes to start.
Right.
After she becomes a doctor.
Now that was nice that she had planned a double axel at the very end, went right through with it, went ahead and attacked it, and that was nice, despite the falls and the left out jumps in the earlier part of the program. Very attractive girl.
Yvonne Gomez.
I also suspect you'll see Brian Boitano somewhere close beside the edge of the ring.
Okay. The Spaniard from San Francisco. We will be back in just a minute.
If you had all the experience of yesterday, with all the skill and innovation of today, don't lose. Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Carry the caring card.
No way. No, put that back. This is hot. I didn't know they had this.
I should have got this here. Told you that. Susan, I don't know why you keep dragging me all over town. They've got everything here. Susan, look at...
for the next 10 minutes.
Valerie. Susan.
I said no.
At this price, you could buy all four, huh?
Thanks, Mom.
Kmart, the saving place, and more.
You don't have to go. You can't see 5 feet in front of you.
I've been all over this.
I could tell them you memorized the eye chart.
I love you.
Jim!
Look! Buy a Liberty Bond! And maybe you'll come back sooner!
For that, I'll do anything.
Charlie Merrill helped Americans protect their country and savings. Today, Merrill Lynch can help find a safe haven for your money. Merrill Lynch, a tradition of trust.
There's a new stone-washed jean made for a man after his work is done. American Hero Jeans from Wrangler, a proud sponsor of ABC's coverage of America's Olympic heroes.
Well, there's the arena as the marks are being read out for technical merit for Yvonne Gomez. They had 4.4 to 4.9 we had. She's a very attractive girl yesterday.
There she is with her coach, Linda Lever, on. We can't quite see her. She's sitting to her left.
4.8, 4.7, 4.8.
And there's her second set of marks for artistic impression. 4.3, that's the low from the Canadian judge, to a 4.8.
To a 5.1,
Meanwhile,
actually.
downtown, Alberto Tomba, for the second time this week, accepting the tribute of some 50 or 60,000 people. The Italian flag again waving high, and that's not the only one. You notice that in the middle of that flag, they have painted what looks very much like an atomic bomb. Some of the newspapers over there are calling him Tomba, the atomic bomba.
Making the presentations to the victors, Mr. Paul Schmidt, member of the International...
And backstage, Katarina Witt, and there, Debbie Thomas. Their competition is close enough already that it didn't need to be complicated by any extraneous factors or extra factors, but it has been. By pure coincidence, both of them have decided to skate in the free skating performance here tonight to music from the same opera. They're both going to skate to music from Carmen. I don't remember anything like that exactly happening before, but it's a subject worth exploring. Why don't we do that right now? Katarina and Debbie share some of Carmen's qualities: charm, wit, aggressiveness, confidence. Both start their programs at the same place in the music. But from there on, the programs go their separate ways. Very different, as the personalities of the two young women are very different. We see a new Debbie this season. A more graceful, artistic one, partly due to instruction by ballet dancer George de la Peña and to a private session with the great Mikhail Baryshnikov himself.
He mainly helped me just because he was there. But, you know, just the fact of, this is Baryshnikov, you know, you get inspired and you get excited about it. And he's the one that suggested I work with George, and George just makes me feel things that I just never thought I could feel before.
Carmen was is, you know, mythologically an extremely bawdy woman. I mean, she's sort of the no holds barred, no limits, outrageous, kind of loaded with the joy of life. So I'd say to her, yeah, really enjoy it. You know?
Each of these two young women decided independently to skate to the music of Carmen. Katarina told us how she sees the character.
I really like the Carmen music and the story of this woman, but that she loves one man and she's together with another man. But I can't do this on the ice, yeah.
Debbie Debbie the athlete, Debbie, who once described herself in a single word as invincible, is still very much a part of the new Debbie. Her Carmen ends not with a whimper, but with a pose that seems to shout, "I'm a winner." Katerina hews more closely to the storyline. Her Carmen dies like a wilted flower, melting into the ice in one final tragic move. Two little girls, now two Carmens, and only one can win the gold. And it will be determined by the scores as we take another look at the flags waving high on the plaza. We'll discuss the subject of scores right after these messages and a word from your local station.
Phillips, we light the Olympics for all the world to see.
Ours is not a perfect world.
Hello.
That's why Diet Coke is so refreshing. Great taste, just like Calgary. It's the perfect soft drink for an imperfect world.
1 calorie, just for the taste of it. Diet Coke.
Tuesday, Dave meets Maddie's mystery.
You did the best you could. You were on a train coming back to L.A., having somebody else's baby, no husband. You were desperate.
I was not desperate.
So what's the matter? Conductor
I have a
too
husband
old?
because I love him.
And you don't have a
When he and I
mustache?
are
You don't
in
like
a room,
facial
this doesn't
hair?
happen. I talk
How'd you
and
meet
he
Mr.
listens.
Wonderful?
He
Was
talks
he in
and
the next
I listen.
compartment?
So what if he was in the next compartment?
A new moonlighting. Then
This is the house where Daddy grew up.
it's a 30-something homecoming.
Oh my God, it's Leave It to Beaver.
I can't make love to you in these beds. I can only fantasize in these beds.
30-something Tuesday.
It's as exhilarating as the downhill. As breathtaking as the luge. Yeah. It's Volkswagen's tribute to the Winter Games. Go for it. Buy the two-door Jetta for $89.90. A price you can bank on. Beautiful. Or now, lease it for a limited time at an unparalleled $139 a month. That's it. But hurry, the clock is running, and the Jetta's going fast.
Been neglecting your pool lately? You'll find lots of pool cleaners in the original Yellow Pages, Connecticut's book. The best place to find everything you need.
SNET, we go beyond the call.
An underground river, Monday on Live at 5 on Channel 8.
We're in Calgary for the Winter Olympics, and ABC's coverage continues. Once again, here's Jim McKay.
Well, we're back again, and they're remaking the ice in the arena at this moment. It'll all be determined in the end, of course, by scores. Perhaps, and probably you don't always agree with the judges' scores. Neither do the skaters or their coaches sometimes. Remember Debbie Thomas and her coach Alex McGowan after her marks in the short program the other night. There were the marks. Technical merit, quite good. But on the marks for presentation, Debbie was unhappy, but Coach Alex McGowan was absolutely disgusted, as you could see. But how do the judges turn those marks into placements? Dick Button explains.
This is what a judge's scoring sheet looks like. After the first skater, the judge fills in the marks. First, he gives a basic mark for the overall technical quality of the moves, and then he deducts for errors, and thereby arrives at the technical merit mark. Then he gives the artistic impression and totals the two marks. 6-0 is a perfect mark. The skater with the highest total gets a first place, known as an ordinal, and so on down the line. Now, skater number 2 and number 3 have the same total. When there is a tie in the totals, the higher technical merit mark breaks the tie. It is possible for a judge to give the same marks for technical merit and artistic impression. That judge then ties the skaters. Remember, it's how a judge ranks the skaters from the totals that counts, not one judge's mark compared to the other judges as we've seen them. It's okay to be high or low as long as you're consistent. Trouble occurs with inconsistency.
And the scores, of course, are the products of the judges. And we wondered who these people are, how they get there, and that sort of thing. Why don't we consider that subject as we move along toward that confrontation tonight.
Here are the second set of marks. These, you can see, are 5.9s, 5.8s, but except for judge number 7, which is a 5.5. That judge is just being questioned by the man in the center, who's the president of the United States Figure Skating Association.
Now, we've seen these conferences many times through the years. But who are these people? Where do they come from? Do they know what they're doing?
The gray hair.
Why do they have conferences? How do they learn their job? Well, many of them are former skaters, others just people who love the sport and want to be involved. They have the same ambition as a man who wants to be a baseball umpire or a football referee. They begin as trial judges, like the young people you see here. They judge competitions, but their marks don't count. Their marks are, however, compared with those of the official trial judges. Just as skaters climb up from the competitive ladder, so do the judges, from the local, novice to the national senior level. Review committees evaluate their records and promote those considered qualified to the next level. It can take thousands of hours volunteered over 8 to 12 years to become a world or Olympic judge. They also have to pass an exam and attend a judges' school run by the International Skating Union, which is the governing body of the sport.
This system of having these schools and to have these examinations is just trying to overcome the ignorance or the incompetence of the judges.
Which can be a problem, particularly with judges from countries that just don't know very much about skating.
We're now trying to make sure that people from all countries are looking at things from the same perspective.
Even after reaching the world level, judges are required to participate in these schools to keep up with the latest developments in the sport. Usually we only see 4 or 5 skaters on TV, but there may be as many as 25 of them competing.
You become almost starry-eyed. You watch so many programs.
Now, each judge has to keep track of every spin, every jump, and how well it's performed by every skater. So they have a sheet with columns for each element. However, you can't look away for too long while you're taking those notes. It's a problem. When a competition is over, the judges will not be able to just turn in their marks and go home. They'll all meet with the referee and discuss the scoring. If they're questioned, well, those notes will be very important.
If you have had a deviation, you must be prepared to defend your position.
Yes, the judges know. Of course they know that we check their activity very seriously, and if there are very important deviations or evident national bias, there will be sanctions.
The penalties vary in a range depending on the violation. When Alexander Fadeev, the world champion at the time, touched down on 3 jumps and then fell outright on 2 others in the 1986 World Championships, the Soviet judge still gave him a 5.9 on the left there for technical merit. It was so obviously above the range and displayed such national bias that the Soviets themselves suspended their own judge even before the skating union could.
The greatest penalty that a judge can receive is for national bias. So we're attempting to not show national bias for our skaters.
Is that hard to do?
I find it extremely hard to do.
While the questioning, which usually goes on behind closed doors, provides a system of checks and balances, it can also be very intimidating to the judges.
Oh, I certainly think there is some fear involved as to what will be said afterwards. And I do think that in some cases, judges may bend to judging in order to stay in line. And this, of course, I disapprove of. I will have no part of that.
Apparently, some judges have gone a lot farther than just allowing national bias to show through. According to Barbara Jean Lane, there are occasions when a judge will offer to make a deal with a judge from another country.
I can only speak for myself. There are 2 occasions, one at a world championship and one at an international championship where I was certainly approached. It was no problem as far as I was concerned to deal with. I simply indicated to the people that were concerned that I was not interested. They wished me to boost one of their skaters, and in turn they would do the same. This is basically what goes on, is a case of promoting a skater from another country. I think that perhaps these deals tend to involve skaters who are coming up the ladder. I think the best skater, for the most part, wins the championship.
Well, Sonia Bianchetti of the International Skating Union declined to talk to us on that subject. Well, there are the judges for tonight. Dick and Peggy are in the arena. And I would say this, Dick, one thing I know, I wouldn't want to be one of them tonight.
Well, I'll tell you, Jim, those judges simply have to come up with a decision. But there's a difference between who is going to win and who is going to be a great skater. I've always felt that a great skater is someone who not only reaches the top, but leaves the sport different and better because he or she was in it. We've seen many instances of that in the past. And tonight, when all the sequins have settled, the triple jumps have been landed, and the applause has died down, will we have seen skating that clearly advances the art of figure skating? Someone who did advance the art in her time was my friend Peggy Fleming. My special moment in that situation was the 1968 National Championships at the Spectrum in Philadelphia. You were lovely. I remember it very well.
That's where I skated my best.
Now, what about this special moment tonight, from your point of view?
I think the judges have a very tough decision tonight, and both of the skaters, both Vitt and Thomas, are outstanding skaters, and they've improved over the past few years, both technically and artistically. You know, Katarina will always be remembered for her glamour and her strength that she brought to our sport. And Debbie, when we first saw her, was very athletic, powerful, and fearless. And now she's refined her style to give us a more overall performance that is both technically strong and much more elegant. So it's going to be very interesting as to what happens this evening.
Do you wish you were out there?
No way.
Let's watch. It's going to be an extraordinary event. Jim?
Okay, well, there are the standings coming to this final phase. It won't be long now.
Now, everywhere in the world you can dial direct. You can dial direct with MCI. Everywhere. Ujambo. Until you call, you'll never know how much better a long-distance company can be.
Who builds the minivans that get the highest customer satisfaction of any minivans from America, Europe, or Japan? Who else? At Chrysler Plymouth, we do it right.
When I was a kid, I loved to wear bandages just to get attention. But now, I wear Band-Aid brand clear, so people notice me, not my bandage.
Only Johnson & Johnson makes Band-Aid brand clear. Clearly the best-looking bandage ever.
Hi, Dad.
I heard.
Yeah, 2 cavities.
It's time for ACT.
ACT fluoride rinse can cut cavities 40% more than brushing alone, because ACT gets to surfaces a brush can miss. ACT now to reduce cavities 40%.
One of the most exciting and appealing skaters we're going to see tonight is this young lady from Japan, Midori Ito. She is not a good school figure skater, so she was 10th after that, moved up to 8th after the short program, but you'll really see some jumps and spins from her, and as I said, she's a very appealing person. We have an up-close and personal order. I would like to suggest that all American teenagers pay close attention. This is where Midori Ito's day begins at 6 a.m. She got up at 5, and now it's time to practice compulsory figures. Not everyone's idea of a swinging good time at any hour. But figures are her weakness, so the practice is intense. But at 7:30, a quick change of clothes and pace. It's time to go to school. Now, Tokai High isn't your basic American high school. First, it's for girls only. Second, they all wear uniforms. Third, they all attend mid-morning assembly for inspirational speeches and prayers. Fourth, and most different, they don't walk to class, they run. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, school's over, and Midori takes just a minute to feed the pigeons before continuing her totally structured day by stopping off at a Buddhist shrine. It's time now for prayer and reflection. Midori goes through the ritual as her ancestors did centuries ago. But Midori's ancestors didn't have a 4-hour practice session in the late afternoon. Spins and jumps repeated over and over successfully. It ends 14 hours after it began. The skating, that is, not the day. Midori shares one problem with millions of American kids. Her parents are divorced. For 4 years, she has lived with her coach's family. After dinner, it's the music room, always listening with skating in mind. Who knows, maybe this particular piece of music or the next one might fit into a free skating program. After music, it's homework, and after that, bed. Nothing to do but sleep for exactly 6 hours. Midori Ito, that's the kind of a day she has, kids. And it pays off by being here in the Olympics. We'll be seeing her very shortly in her performance.
Brothers, yes, we are brothers, but in the most uncommon of ways. Because being a brother to a fellow American isn't easy. We're too different, too individualistic, or just too ornery for that. Until a time comes that we need brotherhood. In ceremony, in tragedy, in victory. Then we're the best of brothers. Such is the nature of freedom. And what better time to celebrate that?
Two more groups remain to skate. Here's the third group coming up, warming up at the moment. Claudia Leisner, followed by Marina Kielman, Anna Kondrashova, Joanne Conway, Zimona Koch, and Midori Ito. In that order. Dick, during commercial, you said it's been a very exciting warm-up here.
Well, I find the warm-ups always are some of the best part of the skating because you can really tell where a person is going and how they're moving it. Are they being extremely conservative? Are they being, are they letting it all out? Are they having trouble?
How about Midori?
Oh, well, she's just solid all the way through everything. She has such a bubbly personality. That smile lit up this building during the short program. It was a joy to see.
Yeah. She'll be in this group that's about to skate now. A full house, almost 20,000 people gathered in the Saddle Dome. And you know, Dick and Peggy, we've been talking about this confrontation coming up for more than a year. It almost seems like forever.
It's hard to believe that it's here right tonight.
Yep. Claudia Leisner right now, 22 years old, from Ludwigshafen, West Germany, 7th overall.
I think one of the problems she has is that the music itself is a potpourri, an incredible medley.
But she has a big love for American music, so it's all American music. You'll be familiar with it.
Unexpected, particularly from this young lady who had great trouble in the previous events.
She had such a bad fall in the short program on a simple thing like a camel spin. It really surprised us all, especially her.
Years ago, Claudia won a silver medal in the World Championships, but since then, it just hasn't happened, has it?
She's essentially not the most powerful or dynamic or fast free skater, and that's always held her back.
she's feeling good about her performance tonight. I can see it in her face. Her coach, Andre Nepola, told me the other day that she is really a very shy girl when it comes to skating out here on the ice and projecting to the audience. But when she's off the ice, she's just like everyone else. She's very shy.
She has great skating legs, doesn't she? Long and lean and wonderful for doing these triple jumps.
Well, she's 5'7". That's a big girl for skating.
Well, she was a good high jumper.
She did a real nice job.
Good high jumper in junior high school. Probably helps too. Claudia Leisner. Backstage, Katarina Witt with Tracy Wilson, who with her partner won a bronze medal in ice dancing for Canada. We'll be right back.
Next up, Milwaukee, end of the line. No, sir. It's just the beginning. I'm here to open our new branch office. Soon we'll be all over America. Mr. Merrill, that's my boss, says people don't just invest in companies. They invest in dreams. That's all. There's no dream too big for a country this size.
Charlie Merrill's vision brought Wall Street to Main Street. Today, that vision helps Merrill Lynch find financial opportunities around the world. Merrill Lynch, a tradition of trust.
I love discovering the Americas. Plymouth Horizon America. Sticker price only $59.95. Same price without the sticker. Then I discovered Plymouth Reliant America. Best equipped at lowest price at any car in class. Both front-wheel drive, both protected longer than Russian winter. What wonderful values.
Plymouth introduces America's winners. Get $500 cash back on Plymouth Reliant America.
There are the technical merit marks for Claudia Leisner. Quite good, 5.4 to 5.7. The perfect mark, of course, is 6.0. Coach Andre Nepola there was a three-time world champion representing Czechoslovakia. Statistic impression? 5.2 to 5.6.
5.6. Certainly a little generous when one considers who has yet to skate.
That's true. Well, now here's another West German skater, Marina Kielmann from Dortmund. 11th overall as she comes to this performance, as you see.
And she has elected also to skate to Carmen tonight. I think that's means she's sort of skating in the fast lane here.
Well, it's such skatable music. People have used this over the years quite a lot.
But you're really asking for comparison when you do that.
Well, this young woman surprised herself by placing second in her national championships in Germany. It was only decided on the last day that she'd come to Calgary.
That opening, incidentally, was the same as both Witt and Thomas do at the opening of their Carmen.
At the exact same place in the music, too.
Was a perfect example of the entrance to the jump. That jump was doomed from the step that led into it. 90% of the time, a bad jump is caused by the entrance.
I think Marina lacks a little inner sense of this music to really express it and make these moves more definite. But the confidence underneath is what makes you be able to do all of these things.
Marina trains on roller skates in the summertime. I would assume partly because of the fact that ice rinks just aren't as available in Europe as they are in the United States or Canada. Whoa!
I think the basic difference here between what we're seeing now and what we'll see later is that the later skaters are strong, powerful skaters. They move over the ice with surety and speed, and this girl is not.
Dramatic ending and dies at the end, just like Katarina is going to be doing later.
Marina Kielman, 20-year-old skater from Dortmund, West Germany. And there is Debbie Thomas backstage.
That, by the way, is the team doctor, Dr. Howard Silby. I think he's enjoying all of this.
Okay, well, we'll be back after this word from your local stations.
If they couldn't grow old gracefully, they'd grow young.
She chose Miss September's breasts. Nice.
Now they've turned back the clock a little too far.
Who's your mother?
She's probably out getting a nose job.
Lauren Hutton and Perry King.
If we loved each other, we wouldn't have to change.
They're perfect people. Monday.
This is an Action News Brief.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Pat Kirk. Here's what's happening. Another apparent murder-suicide, this time in Hamden. The bodies of Rose and Henry Jefferson found in their home early this morning. It's believed that Mr. Jefferson pulled the trigger. In other news, the president of Panama is missing. Eric Arturo Del Valle was under house arrest, but somehow managed to escape the troops of General Manuel Noriega. And Gary Hart says he's in the presidential race to stay. Those stories and more after the Olympics.
I'm Judge Robert J. Franklin. Every day I hear cases that deal with the heart-rending conflicts in families. Join me in family court and share these emotions on The Judge.
Since the Johnsons got their Mitsubishi Mirage, they've been driving a lot more.
Nice car.
But who can blame them? With its sleek styling, roomy full-cloth interior, and its many features others don't offer.
Nice car.
And considering the Johnsons got their Mirage for just over $8,600.
Nice car.
They can spend more time and money in their car instead of on their car.
Once more around the block, Dad?
Mitsubishi, suddenly the obvious choice.
It has looked like winter all day. Hi, I'm Bruce Avery, but spring will come leaping in soon. Details on the late edition.
There's the next skater, Anna Kondrashova of the Soviet Union. The marks from Marina Kielman, young woman who surprised herself by even being here. We're not so bad, 5-0 to 5-3 for technical merit. Artistic impression, they were all 5-0 to 5-3, except for a 4-7 from the American judge. Now, Kondrashova here is 9th overall coming to the free skating. She was 5th 4 years ago at Sarajevo in the Olympics.
She has an elegant style. She's always had trouble in the past with the difficult triple jumps, not very consistent.
And there is already a signal of that 2-foot landing.
But it's the way she carries her body when she skates. You'll enjoy this no matter if she makes the jumps or not. Beautiful arm positions and upper body carriage.
Strange, after the 5th in the Olympics 4 years ago, she won a silver medal in that year's World Championship, but she's been going backwards ever since.
She's really, truly lovely and elegant and comes to this sport with a great deal of refinement. It's just that the technically demanding moves are difficult for her.
Now watch these isolation moves. This is where her dance ability really comes out. Is very interesting. All these moves that she does in between all of these jumps makes her program very complete. Very pretty.
Anna Kondrashova of the Soviet Union. And there's Elizabeth Manley of Canada. Is she headed for a bronze medal? Well, that's her placing right now. A big night for her, for sure.
Presenting the delicately seasoned taste of Lipton noodles and sauce Alfredo. Delicately prepared for you by Lipton. So delicious, so simple. Noodles and sauce Alfredo, one of the Lipton side dishes with that delicately seasoned taste.
6 centuries ago, in Bavaria, a beer was born. Lowenbrau, German for the lion's brew. Now brewed in England, Japan, Sweden, Canada, and America. Still under license and authority of Lowenbrau Munich. Rich Bavarian flavor brewed fresh and smooth in America. It's the best way in the world to brew beer.
This world calls for Lowenbrau right now. Something in the way she moves attracts me like no other lover. Something in the way she moves me, I don't want to leave her.
Its power will move you. Its beauty will stop you. The LeBarons, coupe and convertible, only from Chrysler. LeBarons are beauty with a passion for driving. Now get $1,500 cash back on LeBaron Coupe, one of America's winners.
5.5.
There are the technical merit marks for Anna Kondrasheva of the Soviet Union, 5-0 to 5-6.
5.6. 5.7.
Next, the marks for artistic impression, and there they are. 5-4 from the Swiss judge, up to a 5-7 from the 3 other judges.
I think it's a little hard to understand the 5.7 from the Soviet Union with the number of mistakes that were made in the program. But again, that's the subject of judging, isn't it?
Yep. Joanne Conway of Great Britain had a terrible time in the short program. She was 8th after the compulsories, but finished 18th in the short program to place 12th overall, coming to this. Student of Carlo Fassi, who has coached so many great female skaters.
A week ago, she suffered a very, very serious injury to her to the back of her leg. The doctor said 3 weeks no skating. She said, "I'll give you 3 days."
Well, she's not a flashy skater, and she's not very consistent, but she is enjoyable to watch. She hits some beautiful moves. Her choreography is very well done. Choreographed by Sandra Bezic, the same choreographer that did Brian Boitano's program so successfully.
I'll tell you, this is the 4th problem that she's had in this program. She blew out of one jump combination. She missed the second one, eliminated the third, and then fell.
And that's only in the first 2 minutes.
Injury could be bothering her. She looks almost heavy-legged out there.
The injury was to the back of her leg.
she is only 16, and she says she plans to skate until 1992 Olympics, and maybe after that try some modeling. She's very cute.
Joanne Conway, a native of Wallsend, England. Still the crowd waits for the big confrontation. We'll have her marks in a minute.
When you start very early and work at something for a long time, you get better and better until finally you're the best. Kodak Film, official sponsor of the 1988 Olympic Games.
They're gonna do it! The U.S. is gonna win a gold medal for the first time in 40 years! He's pulling away from the East German. He's gonna shatter the Olympic record! He shoots! He scores!
You! Hey, stop daydreaming, buddy. The Olympics are on.
Miller Lite salutes the Olympics. They bring out the dreamer in all of us.
I'm talking turkey. I'm talking serving of Louis Rich turkey.
From turkeys raised on fresh country water and natural grains, Louis Rich carves a naturally lean breast of turkey. Breast of turkey that's moist, tender, and delicious.
Talk about Louis Rich turkey. Breast of turkey. The turkey worth talking about. Ready to heat, slice, and eat. Louis Rich turkey. The turkey worth talking about.
There's a very disappointed Joanne Conway. She knew she didn't skate well with her coach Carlo Fassi. First set technical merit 4-5 to 5-1. Another set to come. 4-6 from Great Britain, from her own country, which is the lowest mark, by the way, and a 5-0, the high mark.
That's sort of a reverse nationalism.
Yes, that's right. Exactly. Simona Koch standing by from German Democratic Republic, that's East Germany.
And that's her coach right there, Heidemarie Steiner-Walter.
10th overall from Dresden.
This costume as it is, her music will be to Swan Lake.
She's a lovely skater. She has beautiful body line.
Tough start.
We are really seeing some weak performances tonight. That should make her happy.
Interesting to look forward that the final group now will contain only 5 skaters, with the scratch of Karen Kadavi, Katarina Witt will skate early. Debbie Thomas will skate last.
She has a delicate, very cool beauty to her skating.
She's been overshadowed by Katarina Witt since 1985. She has been second to Katarina all those years. Maybe she's the next Katarina Witt out of East Germany.
You're right, Dick. A remarkable number of falls. From here on, though, nothing but outstanding free skaters. Midori Ito will be next from Japan. Then all the leaders.
I think her program was filled with wonderful choreography. She just really lacks that command of the audience and really the command of herself out here, the confidence.
And again, the crowds here in Calgary have been so kind. If you're wonderful, they applaud for that. If you have tough luck out there, they encourage you with their applause. Simona Koch of East Germany. Backstage, Jill Trenery. She'll be first to skate in the final group. Before her, though, Midori Ito. So stand by, it's coming.
This morning, my boss comes storming into my office and yells, "Why did you switch from AT&T to MCI?" So I tell him how much money MCI is saving us compared to Watts, and how with MCI we're saving up to 25% on credit card calls. Then he screams, "But AT&T's better quality. Our calls have been sounding great. When did you do this anyway?" I say, 7 months ago, sir.
Until you call, you'll never know how much better a long-distance company can be. MCI. Let us show you.
The midsize Dodge Dakota 4x4 with $500 cash back and package savings up to $1,000 more. When it's gotta be right, it's gotta be a Dodge.
Living out of a suitcase? Call a Quality Inn, hotel, or suite. You get a great deal. And whether it's Chicago or Paris, quality's always this close.
Make the quality choice. Call 800-221-2222 for quality, comfort, or Clarion reservations.
Simona Koch of East Germany still waiting for her marks. We have a bulletin. Alberto Tomba, having gotten his second gold medal downtown, has arrived at the Saddle Dome to watch Katarina Witt. A little slow on the marks there, Dick and Peggy.
I don't know what the reason for that is. I don't see any fussing going on in the judges' stand.
There's Midori Ito waiting her turn.
You know, she came out on the ice. The first step she took, there was a big applause in the audience, and she's like just bowed forward on those edges. It was great fun to see.
4-9, 5-3 for Simona Koch, who did not have a good night.
You know, Jim, sometimes we criticize in our commentary some of the mistakes of the skaters, and that may seem a little bit unkind, but it is unkind to skaters that are struggling to do well today and who do skate well, not to see the true story told about the other skaters when they don't skate so well.
There's Katarinovic still loosening up. She was working on her hands and wrists the last time we watched her. Now it's the arms and shoulders. Second set of marks here. 5.0 to 5.4. So Simona Koch will try again next time. Midori Ito. Now she's 18. We met her up close and personal a little while ago. Was absolutely delightful in the short program. And we would expect that again tonight.
And look at the smile already he had just a minute ago. Remember one thing, the opening of this program is slow, but after that, it goes forever and it never stops.
Position in the layback, nice speed. And this program starts to build from here on end. Wow.
Look at the height that she
That was
gets.
the highest yet, I think.
And look at the smile already on her face. She is adorable.
Solid.
Jim, this program is a triumph of athleticism.
5 feet tall, 98 pounds. Full of talent.
If sport and art are going to do battle in figure skating, in this program, athletics will win.
I think she has such a wonderful charisma with this audience. She looks like, you know, she's just loving every moment out here.
Movement to eliminate school figures from international competition should succeed, and some think it might. She would leap upward in the standing because the school figures are what have her down in 8th place overall. She was actually 4th in the short program.
Jim, you simply must recognize this is an athletic program. The first thing judged is force. And look at that move. That was a flying sit spin, not seen in this competition by anybody else.
this program. She skated so well. She's excited.
And look at the spin.
And listen to this.
Standing up already.
Listen to this. Wave it proudly.
Look at her on the ice. She was just terrific. Down on her knees.
The people are standing all the way up in the top rows. This is great.
And she's only 18 years old. 4 years from now in Albertville, France.
Oh, now look at this of that triple Lutz. Look at the height. Now look at the height. I mean, the stretched right leg, the left leg wrapping around and coming out in plenty of time. And the mouth, look, she knows she's landed it. Oh, there it is. Great fun. Great fun.
And now the 5 lead skaters still remain to skate. They've got to leave room on top of her marks, but let's see for technical merit. They're coming up. Look at this.
There they are.
Have a look. I mean, we've got Vitt yet to come, Thomas yet to come, Trenery, Elizabeth Manley, and there you have your 5/8s and 5/9s, and I think that's even better than she had hoped and prayed for at the Buddhist shrine every afternoon after school.
You simply must understand that the first thing that is judged in figure skating today is speed and force, and that this little girl has more than enough of.
Marks for artistic impression.
Artistic impression, that would be down a bit, as you indicated, Dick. It's an athletic program, 5.5 to 5.7. Not bad at all.
You know, she has the potential for being a far more artistic skater and creative skater than she is right now. I think that will come in time.
If she does a little bunny hop. And now the final group moves out for a warm-up.
The 15th Olympic Winter Games. Brought to you by Skippy Peanut Butter. Good nutrition straight from the heart. Miller Brewing Company, sole sponsor of the U.S. Olympic Training Centers. And Plymouth. At Plymouth, we do it right.
And now the crowd waiting. They're just hearing the news over the public address system that Karen Kadavy has been scratched, will not be competing tonight because of a high temperature and the flu. Here, Katarina Witt, defending Olympic champion, current world champion. She says this year is it for her. She's going to retire and become an actress.
I think she's an actress
costume
already.
For Carmen. I think you're right. And here, Debbie Thomas, 20 years old. Katarina is 22. Debbie will be returning to Stanford University next year, continue her pre-med studies. So this is the night Coach Alex McGowan looks on as we meet Debbie up close and personal. It was some juggling act that Debbie Thomas tried. Skates and studies all at once. World-class skating and pre-med studies. It was too much. She did it for 2 years, studying at Stanford, training at a dreary little rink in Redwood City. The pressure kept building. She picked up and moved to Boulder, Colorado. She skates there, But she's also taking a few classes at the University of Colorado. Not specifically pre-med and not as pressure-packed. They concern sports medicine, something she hopes to combine with a career as an orthopedic surgeon. Debbie is introspective. She isn't totally pleased with Debbie Thomas. She admits that and tries to work on herself.
I can be such a great kid sometimes, and I can be really awful too. And people don't know that. People are, oh, Debbie, she's so nice and she's so wonderful and she's great. But they've never seen me when I'm just really awful to deal with. I can be really a pain in the neck. I don't know what it is, but as soon as it hit Olympic year, all of a sudden I wanted everything to be perfect immediately. And even though things are getting better, I still have days where I just cannot handle anything. And when I start thinking about me actually being out on the ice doing my program at the Olympics, it really scares me. And I just have to overcome that and just go out and perform. I know the fear is going to be there, the nerves will be there, and you just have to deal with it. And luckily in the past, I've been able to deal with pressure really well. I've enjoyed my skating career and I love skating, you know, and it'll always be a part of my life, but I just know that this is the end of my amateur career.
Talking to Coach Alex McGowan. Peggy, any thoughts on Debbie as she prepares?
Well, I think she's trying to concentrate on exactly the job that she has to do tonight.
But you know, there's something interesting that's been happening here. The girls the other day before the short program were all disaster and skated brilliantly. Today, they were kind of perfect. Tonight, we're beginning to see in this warm-up a couple of clutches, a couple of glitches.
And there's Katarina.
She is such a doll out there. She has been solid as a rock this past few weeks here in Calgary. And I know she's extremely nervous too.
That's what we heard at practice today, that she was pretty nervous. Well, who wouldn't be?
It's called Olympic-itis.
And still with a chance for a bronze medal here, Jill Trenery of the United States. She'd have to catch Elizabeth Manley of Canada. There you see she was 5th in the figures, the short program. 6th, but she's 5th overall.
She has a real competitive spirit in her, and she is very powerful, very good all-around skater.
And Liz Manley right there doing it. One of the triple loops that she does. She's one of the few girls, along with Midori Ito, that does that particular jump. A particularly excruciatingly hard jump to do.
Now remember that Thomas is the leader, Vitt is second, but this counts for 50% of the total mark. Whichever of the two wins this free skating phase will win the gold medal. Are they aware of each other out there?
Oh, are you kidding? They're aware not only of each other, but of all the other skaters and the audience and the judges. It's a high-pressure moment.
Debbie Thomas's coach, Alex McGowan, has never had a skater of this caliber. Her career has been very, very important to him. This is just as big a night for him, whereas Vitt's coach, Jutta Muller, has had champions before, including her own daughter, Gabi Seifert.
Jutta Muller is probably one of the world's great coaches. Back in the old days of skating, maybe as many as 30, 40 years ago, teachers like Gustav Lucy had incredible numbers of skaters, one after the other. Today it is a far more fractured world.
She first came to the World Championships. That was Katarina. 1980. Here's Debbie again. Last Olympics, Debbie was only, I think, 5th in the United States Championships. Wasn't even there. And she won't be there 4 years from now. Here's the skating order. Jill Trenery leading it off to the United States, then Katarina, Manley of Canada, Ivanova of the Soviet Union, who's dropping down. She's the schools figure specialist. And finally, Debbie Thomas. Here is Jill Trenery.
Jill is a very complete skater. She finishes off every move she does. Look at the hand positions and leg. Very nice. And something to watch for in the jumps that she does. She keeps her toes in a pointed position and very much together. Very pretty jumper.
Now that was intended to be a triple jump. She elected to do a double, but the lack of content, I think, might hurt her.
I love this combination, the 1-foot axel into a triple sow-cow. Oh, but she does that so well.
Another jump that had planned to be a triple. She's playing it very conservatively.
Slow section.
She is truly elegant.
She really is. Her choreography was also done by Sandra Bezic. Sandra's a Canadian. You know, Jim, that was a beautiful program. She has elegance and style.
There's her dad.
But the content was not there. On many of the jumps, she took off she just reduced the numbers of rotations. I think the judges saw that. Here is one of her opening moves, the flip jump, 1, 2. It's a double jump, as we saw. And there were several other triples that she had prepared that were reduced to doubles. It did not destroy our enjoyment of the show, but it certainly will hurt her on her technical merit mark. And there's her father. I think he's not too happy because he recognizes the difference. And I think she does too.
Stand by. Marks for Jill. She doesn't look happy either.
But you know, the beauty of this program was right there, and that is certainly something that has got to be remembered. It isn't just a triple jump competition. Unfortunately, all of us forget that too often.
The ever-present Carlo Fassi, not looking overjoyed.
No, he's had some bad luck so far tonight.
Next to come will be Katarina, and there she is.
Marks for Jill Tremery for technical merit.
Here come the first set of marks. 5.4 to 5.7.
5.7, 5.6.
Nowhere near as good as little Midori Ito, for example.
No, they're certainly in consideration of what some of the other skaters got. I think they're too low. But height and lowness is a question that we've been talking about all week. That's consistency.
Artistic impression will be next. Jill's just 19. She could well be there 4 years from now. 5.6s, 5.7s, a 5.8 from Great Britain. Down to you, Peggy.
Jill, you seem to have a little trouble with your triple jumps. You seem to hold back. What happened?
Well, you know, I started off with the first one, and just I think I didn't have enough speed, and it's just getting to the point where it's a mental game, and it's really frustrating. But as far as the last one, I was tired, and you know, what do you do? I thought I held on with the rest pretty good, but it was not my best performance.
Well, you're a lovely skater. Good luck in the future.
Well, Jill has taken the lead of those who have skated just ahead of Midori Ito, but here comes the champ. Katarina defending her title. No woman has ever done that since Sonia Henne.
And I think that the Carmen we are going to see is a flirtatious one. Smashing.
Yes, solid opening. This is the section of the program where she really draws the audience in and uses her acting ability.
But not her skating ability. This is a posing section.
Well,
Carmen seems to fall when the poses occur.
Does this program have the content that you would expect Debbie's will have?
Absolutely.
Well, it does in a different way. I think she has the same content, but right in here, a minute and 16 seconds will go by where she hasn't done any difficult jumps or any difficult spins. So it's giving her a second wind. She really gets a chance to really act out and draw that audience in.
Was usually her triple jump. She elected to do a double. It's that jump that she's had problems with. That will not detract from her marks. poses, the skating, the drama of it, really wonderful.
Alberto Tomba, the admirer of Katarina Witt. Remember, he said this afternoon after winning his second gold medal, if Katarina does not win tonight, I'll give her one of my gold medals.
She certainly is a beautiful, beautiful lady, isn't she?
Gorgeous.
And if one is talking about technical jumps in this competition, I think one has to note that she did 4 triple jumps, not the usual number that I think she is capable of. Look at this combination. First, the triple toe. Look at the height on it. That is exquisite. And then a double toe. That is exquisite. I frankly don't know how much impression the judges will give to the actual mark of technique and difficult technicality in this program. I think they'll go more for what we're seeing right now.
All right, now the technical merit will be the first mark we'll see. There's Jutta Müller again. Extremely attentive to her skater at all times.
Indeed, they did.
More like a mother than a coach.
Look at those marks, Jim. Indeed, they did reflect the fact that her technique was down.
5.6 to 5.8.
That shows the technical, the triple jump mania that we have here. But I think you'll see a higher
room over that. But plenty of room for technical merit over that.
Yes, here.
5.8, 5.9, 5.9.
I think those 2 marks there of 5/8 will show you the only 2 judges that are in the Witt, the Thomas camp.
Let's go down to Peggy quickly.
Did you skate as well as you wanted to?
Well, I skate well, I think so.
Are you going to be watching Debbie?
Yes, of course.
Well, we've enjoyed your skating over all these years. I know you've got a lot of fans in America and Canada. Good luck.
And now the roar grows for the homegrown product, Elizabeth Manley of Canada, who's had so many tough times in her life, personally, emotionally, put on a tremendous amount of weight one time, has fallen in important competitions. This is the big night. She could win a bronze medal.
Set tight on that. If she can maintain this.
Coaches Peter and Sonia told me she selected the music because it's all of her favorite music that she's skated to over the years. And this music is a Canadian concerto.
one of those required moves, the serpentine step. She is fleet, fast, and a dynamo.
Time in important championships, she has missed key jumps. She is so solid tonight.
Well, she also works with a sports psychologist, Peter Jensen, and worked with Brian Orser. Seems to be working for her.
What a great night for her. What a wonderful thing, your home country. She did it. She did it.
Ah, nice, nice, nice.
A look of wonder.
You know, she's been working on skating for the joy of it, and did it show?
There's her mother. At one point, she had moved away from her mother. That was when she was having, there's little Gordieva. She hasn't missed a minute of any skating competition since she won the pairs. Wouldn't it be great if every human being could have one moment like this once in their lives? A Calgary hat. Well, Liz went and got him all right.
And there she is with her coach, Sonia Klopfer-Dunfield, a U.S. champion from the early 50s, and her coach, Peter Dunfield. Oh, nice.
Ride 'em, Liz.
Oh, and look at this triple S. Watch the toe pick. Now watch the height that she gets. The tight wraparound, the revolution. Look at the stretch and the tightness of the legs. Very, very beautiful.
Fabulous performance. Truly the performance of a lifetime.
And this right at the end of her program, her very last double axel. That's the one that you really have to grit your teeth on and not care a hoot about.
Who said figure skating was a quiet sport? There's Debbie. She still has to wait. She's the last to skate. Look at this, from 5.7 to 5.9. Wow. 5.9. So. Still to come before Debbie is Ivanova, the Soviet. Look at these for artistic impression. 5.7 to 5.9. Puts her in a strong second place at the moment behind Katerina. Here we go. Peggy?
That was fantastic. You knew you had to give a great performance, and you did. How did you overcome all the pressure?
Actually, I haven't felt a lot of pressure here. It's been kind of the Debbie and the Katerina story here, and I've been off on my own, and I've been so prepared for this competition, and I knew I was going to do it. I just had that inner feel. I've been having dreams of this night, and I'm so happy.
Oh, we're all very happy for you. Congratulations. Back to you, Jim.
The great night of Elizabeth Manley.
She even had an ABC pin on her hat.
I noticed that. Now, Kira Ivanova. Now, the United States came here with a strong team. They'd hoped for 2 medals from Debbie Thomas, Jill Trenery, and Karen Kadavy. Kadavy had a scratch tonight because of illness, and now Manley is definitely ahead of Trenery, so it'll be 1 medal at the most for the United States. Ivanova, the school figure specialist, dropped down to 4th on the short program. It's interesting, Dick and Peggy, that on tonight's free skating performance, so far, Elizabeth Manley has had 6 first-place votes. Katarina Witt had 2.
Well, the door looks like it's opening, I think.
I think there's a very interesting story developing in those marks, because those first-place positions are going to affect this whole system when it's finished.
Yep.
I think we might see something quite different.
World-level competition is nothing new for Kira. She's been at world-level competition for 8 years. A lot of experience. Judges. Look at him real close.
Well, one after the other of these difficult jumps are just falling apart on this poor gal, but this has been the history of her skating.
Well, I think along with the lack of the jumps, I think the choreography really lacks interest, I think, from one jump to the next.
If there is choreography, you can't see it.
Yeah, that's right.
One skater remains, only one. Kira Ivanova, Soviet Union. He has dreamed about her, he has talked about her, and now Alberto Tomba has finally met Katarina Witt. Carlo Fassi, the coach, is translating from the Italian. We'll be back for Debbie.
The Washington Journalism Review calls ABC News the best in the business. For the first time, one television network has swept every category. Peter Jennings, Best Anchor. Sam Donaldson, Best Correspondent. Nightline with Ted Koppel, Best Network News Program. No wonder more Americans get their news from ABC News.
Deep within all of us, there exists the urge to follow the sun. Some can get there on their own. And for the rest of us,
Eastern, we've got your ticket. We're the ones to the sun. We've got your ticket. We're the one to the fun. Eastern.
and no one has lower prices to the warm Florida sun than we do.
Eastern, we've got your ticket. We're the ones to the sun.
An underground river, Monday on Live at 5 on Channel 8.
5.2, 4.5, 4.7, 5.4.
Technical merit marks for Kira Ivanova, 4.5 for the American judge to a 5.4 from the Soviet, the East German, and the Japanese judge. She may drop down another place. And still Debbie waits.
You know, there's something very interesting about the marking. It's really quite strange because I see 5 first places for Manley, but she's still in second place.
She has 6, I believe, Dick, and 2 for Vitt. That's for free skating tonight.
I see. Well, my monitor is not quite clear on that.
That's okay.
But there's an awful lot of first places in Manley's card at this point.
You can do this, Joe. Do the program. I know you can do this. We're going to take our... Let's make it work. You are a man. From the United States. Slow down the children. It's your moment. Now, do it.
Your moment, do it. That's what he said. Ivanova, by the way, it dropped all the way down to 6. So this is it. It's time to compare Carmen's.
She double-footed the second triple toe. The mistake in the earlier jump is not going to stand her in good stead.
It's a gorgeous layback spin, though.
She's been playing it very conservatively. She had a slight sort of hold in the warm-up period. for Debbie Thomas. Not her best moment.
Perhaps the only skaters who skated to the utmost of their ability tonight were Midori Ito and Elizabeth Manley. She knows it. However,
and you know, it's really going to be interesting to see how the marks come out. She could even lose the silver medal here. This was the first move right here. The triple toe loop right there. She landed it, went up into the second one. And by the way, that's an extremely difficult combination, 2 triple jumps. And it's harder than anything that Katarina Witt had been done. Her mother not happy, obviously.
After all those years, the days of driving 150 miles to drive Debbie to practice.
Back to school.
Did you hear that? Well, back to school, she said.
This is going to be very tight.
It could be.
It's over. I tried, but I just couldn't. I don't know. It wasn't there.
First jump, I think you need to a lot of
marks for Debbie Thomas for technical merit.
5.5 to 5.7. That's where she should have been stronger than Witt if she was going to win. One would think.
5.6, 5.6, 5.6. 5.7, 5.5, 5.7, 5.8, 5.6, 5.6, 5.6. Marks for artistic impression.
Now for artistic impression, Katarina Witt has won. Elizabeth Manley is second. Debbie Thomas will have the bronze medal.
5.6, 5.7,
Peggy?
5.7, 5.7, 5.7, 5.8.
Debbie, this audience was really with you tonight. What was going through your head? Did that miss on that first triple, did that throw you?
I don't know. I didn't feel over my feet tonight. It was a long, long wait. It was hard to stay psyched up for the whole thing, and I'm not going to make any excuses. I was really skating well this week, and I just, you know, it wasn't happen. It wasn't supposed to happen, I guess. But I tried.
Will you skate in the next Olympics?
No way.
Well, it's a tough night. We all love you.
But I'm still alive, and, you know, I can get on with my life, and I'll be fine.
I think she'll be fine, all right. And there's Elizabeth. She just found out that she's won the silver medal in the Olympic Games. There's Johnny Esau, an old friend of ours for CTV, the Canadian network. Silver medal, what a performance for her. What a great night for Elizabeth Manley. Night of disappointment for Debbie Thomas because there'll be no more Olympics for her. She has other things to do. Now the carpet being rolled out for the awards, but it's Katarina Witt, the gold medalist for the second time in a row, then Manley, and then Thomas.
Who has the cars with the fewest safety recalls of any American car company? Who else? At Chrysler, we do it right. Who has the highest customer satisfaction of any American car company? Who else? At Chrysler, we do it right.
Look at all those little old ladies drinking Lipton tea. See them sitting, sipping Lipton, proper as can be. See them rocking, now that's gentility. Lovely, look at all those little old ladies drinking Lipton tea. I said, look at all those little old ladies drinking Lipton tea.
The reason
reason you want to look at a money market fund now is that they place to hold your funds till opportunities come up. The Merrill Lynch Ready Asset Trust will do that for us. The yield is generous. The liquidity is there. Merrill Lynch Ready Assets Trust has outperformed bank money market accounts since 1984. You're getting a lot more than just a higher yield at Merrill Lynch. You're getting a financial consultant that has availability to the best research in Wall Street.
Merrill Lynch, a tradition of trust.
I was a young boy who dreamed of great things, to bring a medal home to my country. And the dream came true. As an athlete, I was determined to do great things. Today, I still am. Now I'm an American citizen, a part of another team, a Dow, that helps to make medical surgery safer. And when this team wins, the whole world wins.
Dow lets you do great things.
Well, we're back again, awaiting the awards. Dick and Peggy, what did you think? How would you sum it up?
Well, I've got to tell you that, certainly as far as I am concerned, I'm reminded that the International Skating Union calls this the ladies' event. These ladies, when they do those triple jumps, are sleek, tough, and very competitive. But you know something? No matter whether we call them the new style of triple jump ladies, or whether we call them the old style, or whether we call them ladies or women, it doesn't seem to matter. They're wonderful athletically, and when they give it to us, they're truly enchanting. And even when they're not so good, they're still wonderful.
Well, it is such tough pressure, and we all felt so bad for Debbie. We all wanted her to do so well. She really rallied on the short program, but the long program is, there was just tremendous pressure, and it's hard. It's very difficult.
And wasn't it exciting for Elizabeth Manley? What a moment when a young lady like that finally puts the act together, and it's this moment that she does it in.
Yes.
She did it because she said, she got back to the original thing that skating is all about. She said, I did it for enjoyment.
Yes.
I wanted to skate. I love to skate. I did it for enjoyment. And that's the name of the game in figure skating.
Well, there is Elizabeth. It's the first time in 5 years that Katarina Witt has lost the free skating phase of her performance. And she lost it to Liz Manley tonight. Of course, Witt the overall winner, Manley the silver medal. And there's the winner. Can Alberto Tomba be far behind? Watching this competition as avidly as if it were the U.S. Open Golf Championship has been my colleague Jack Whittaker. Some thoughts, Jack?
Well, we're all a little limp, Jim, as I'm sure you are. There was nervous energy hanging around here tonight before this challenge of the Carmens began, and it was sitting in the aisles like an obese dinner guest that wouldn't go home. It's ebbing out of here now, and it's left us all a little limp. You know how bizarre it was? For the first time in living memory before tonight, there was sympathy for figure skating judges. Try that one on for size. And finally, we got to the competition, and Katarina Witt, I guess, is the glamour girl from the unglamorous country, the consummate flirt who can work a room as good as any Las Vegas performer, and she did it here tonight. And for Debbie, well, I'll tell you, if that's what young Americans are like today, I'm not worried a bit. And when she gets her degree, I hope she'll be my family doctor. I also hope that Alberto Tombo might sweep Katarina off her feet and bring her back here to the West so we can enjoy her beauty and talent. It was a great night for figure skating, a great night for Canada, and as a matter of fact, Jim, a heck of a night for Bizet.
Not bad for the old Mr. B. You're absolutely right. So, let's take a break here. It has indeed be rather a draining night, but we're going to stay for the medal ceremonies.
Who gives you the full-size pickup with V6 or V8 power, 3-ton towing, and the best truck powertrain protection plan on the street? Who else? At Dodge, we do it right. Who gave America the first and only true midsize pickup? Who else?
Yeah, who's the star here anyway?
At Dodge, we do it right.
How's it going, mate?
Yard work makes you mighty thirsty.
Bit of nip of the smooth refresher?
Ah, Matilda Bay Cooler. Hey, Fuzzball, you missed a spot. Ah, that's really something. Yeah.
Did you bring the hedge clippers?
Oh, yeah.
Matilda Bay's a different kind of cooler from a different kind of place. Now made by our mates in the States. It'll take your taste away from the everyday.
experience of yesterday. With all the skill and innovation of today, you couldn't lose. Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Carry the caring card.
Presenting a delicately seasoned taste of Lipton chicken rice and sauce. Delicately prepared for you by Lipton, with a rich chicken stock simmered inside. So delicious, so simple. Chicken flavor rice and sauce, one of the Lipton side dishes with that delicately seasoned taste.
Back in the Saddle Dome. Back in the Saddle Dome again as the crowd waits for the official announcement. Most of them don't really know who won so far. They're waiting for the official results. And now let's go down to Peggy Fleming. She has Liz Manley with her now. Peggy.
Elizabeth, you were just fantastic. The audience just loved you. Did they have something to do with you doing so well tonight, this encouragement?
It was just incredible out there. I was determined, though, not to think of the audience. And when I went out there after that triple Lutz, I couldn't help but think of the audience. That's all it took was to land that triple Lutz, and I felt home free. But I was so focused. I was really thinking from time to the start to the time I finished.
Do you think you can put this all in perspective?
I really do. I have 2 weeks to come down and off this major cloud, and I think I'll be okay for Worlds in 2 weeks. I feel the best I've ever felt, the best trained I've ever felt.
Is this the best performance you've ever given in your life?
Oh, this was really close to Geneva. Geneva was really my best, but
they're giving you a wave, audience.
This was probably my best. What a place to do it.
Oh, we're so proud of you. We're really happy for you. Back to you, Jim.
All right, Elizabeth Manley. Look at this. Karen Kadavy. Still with the temperature. I don't know whether you hear us, Karen, but there's going to be another day. It's going to be a World Championship, and there's going to be another Olympics 4 years from now. You all know how the flu feels, don't you? Now back here where the excitement continues, Elizabeth Manley, I was saying. Our man Al Michaels there, and Linda, yes. Having a look at the proceedings that Millie was saying. Elizabeth Manley has really put her skating and her life back together.
In the figure skating event, the
Here come the sermon.
Nous sommes heureux de vous présenter les vainqueurs dans l'épreuve de patinage artistique.
Remember, most of the crowd waiting to see how it turned out. You know, we know. There's Juan Antonio Samaran, the president of the International Olympic Committee, coming out behind the ceremonial mounting. It's one of the great uniforms in the world, isn't it? Samaran tomorrow night will be participating in the closing ceremony, which you'll be seeing live. There it is. Ceremony tomorrow night will be a great extended ice show. Many great champions of the past. Uniforms here have been beautiful. Opening ceremony, you'll see the ones at the close tomorrow night. Well, there she is, awaiting the moment. 2 in a row. Small amount of pride.
Ladies and gentlemen,
face of Coach
mesdames et
Mueller.
messieurs, the gold medalist in the ladies' event, la médaille d'or from the German Democratic Republic, de la République démocratique d'Allemagne, Katharina Witt.
And now they know. Her name goes down in the books with only that of Sonia Henning. Sonia participated in her first Olympics when she was 11, and she finished last. The next two Olympics she won, 24 and 28. There's the silver medal for Elizabeth Manley.
Canada, Elizabeth Manley.
And they're on their feet again. Almost walking on air.
The bronze medalist in the ladies event, la médaille bronze from the United States, des États-Unis, Debbie Thomas.
Well, that ovation should help a little. And a bronze medal in the Olympics isn't something you hide in the closet.
Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, His Excellency Juan Antonio Samaranch, President of the International Olympic Committee, Son Excellence Juan Antonio Samaranch, Président du Comité International Olympique, will present the medals to the victors, remettre les médailles aux vainqueurs.
He'll be a busy man 4 years from now when the Summer Olympics are in his hometown of Barcelona. But now, a ceremonial function, the gold medal. Müller. And where's the next little girl she can turn into a champion? Somewhere in East Germany. How proud she must be of herself. And Debbie. That medal will look better in a few days. Alex McGowan. It was the night of his life, too.
Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, the flowers will now be presented by Olof Paulsen, President of the International Skating Union. Olof Paulsen, Président de l'Union internationale de patinage, offrira des bouquets aux vainqueurs.
After this year, it'll be a very different picture with Katerina and Debbie retired from the sport. There'll be Elizabeth Manley and Jill Trenery and little Midori Ito and Karen Kadavy, of course, still there. It's going to be a fascinating 4 years building to the next Winter Games in Albertville, France.
And share with these fine athletes their pride in their achievement. Veuillez-vous lever et partager la fierté de ces athlètes? The national anthem of the German Democratic Republic, l'hymne national.